An Angel from Heaven. Written by Barbara Cartland. Narrated by Anthony Wren. Chapter 1, 1880. As they neared London, Lady Diana Dale thought that the horses drawing the carriage she was travelling in were stepping into a new world. She was frightened at what lay in the future. It seemed as if London, which had been where she had enjoyed herself enormously when she came out, was suddenly a strange place where she was nervous of what she might find. When her mother died, she had left London to stay with one of her relations. But now, when she had settled down happily with the family and adored being in the country, her stepfather had sent for her. "I will not go," she had said when the letter arrived. But her cousin, who she was staying with, said, "Don't be silly, Diana. After all, he made your mother happy and provided you with a lot of money. You can hardly refuse to visit him just because you never liked him when he was your mother's husband." Her cousin had hesitated a little over the last word. Diana knew she was thinking that she had perhaps been jealous of her stepfather, which was the reason why she had been anxious to get away from him. She had, in fact, begged her cousin, when she came to the funeral, to have her to stay. Having moved in, Diana had stayed there and never returned to the house in London. Looking back on it, she realised that everything had happened from the moment that William Walker had met and married her mother. Diana's father, who had been the Earl of Dinsdale, had fallen on hard times when he had unexpectedly lost most of his money. He had found that investments he had made with the help of a man who called himself a friend had failed utterly. The only way he could continue to live with any comfort was to sell his large house, which had been in the family for nearly 100 years, and move into something much smaller. His wife had wept bitterly, but it had not increased their bank balance. The Countess said that it broke her heart to have to move into a pleasant but inexpensive house at the far end of their estate. The rest, including the big house, the horses, and the many acres of land, had been sold to a man who her father summed up in one word as being common. As Diana was still too young to worry much about her belongings, she had accepted all the changes to her life without it affecting her as it had affected her parents. Her father died 2 years after they moved. While she cried at his funeral, she knew, although she did not put it into words, it was somewhat of a relief not to hear him grumbling on, as he had done every day, because the house was too small for him compared to the big house that he had been obliged to sell. The garden, pretty as it was, could not be compared with the very large acreage that had been theirs previously. In fact, the Earl had been so very difficult and so bad-tempered since they had changed houses that it was a joy not to hear him moaning and refusing to entertain their friends who wished to console him and his wife. "I am damned if they will come here again," she had heard her father say about their visitors. "I will not be commiserated with because I was a fool to lose my money. I suffer enough living in this abysmal hole without having people telling me what is happening at what was my home and the home of my ancestors." If he had said it once, he had said it a dozen times. Although she realised that it was wrong of her, she knew that she was much happier alone with her mother. The Countess, however, took it in a very different manner. She made friends with the local villagers who she had never met before when she lived in the big house. She took an interest in the small school where the younger children were taught before they then moved on to a much larger one. In fact, Diana had a distinct feeling that her mother was happier in the small house than she had been for years in the large one. As she had often said to her daughter, it was falling to pieces over their heads. In actual fact, she was not to be aware for long how things had changed since her father's death. Their large house had been bought by a man who, they were informed before they met him, had made himself a millionaire. How has he done it? Diana had asked, only to be told by her father somewhat scornfully that the man who had bought their house had had his finger in every pie, and he did not think it was too clean in the first place. She did not really understand what he meant. Although William Walker had paid a huge sum for their house, and many people envied the Earl because of it, he could never bring himself to say a kind word about the purchaser. He refused, once they had moved into the smaller house, to accept any invitation to visit his previous home. "I am damned if I will go there," he said to his wife and daughter, "to see him sitting at my place at the table, and at my writing desk in the study. Ugh. You are not to go there either. You will stay here and put any invitation that comes from that man into the waste paper basket." Diana felt, when she had thought about it, that her father was being rather disagreeable, considering that Mr. Walker had given him so much for the house and grounds. Some of their close relations had said to her mother privately that her father ought to go down on his knees and thank God for finding someone who had been so generous. It was only later, when Diana met Mr. Walker, that she thought, while her father had been rather hard on him, it was quite understandable that he was not in any way the sort of person who one expects to find in a historic house belonging to an ancient and distinguished family. Then, when her father had died, William Walker became, almost overnight, a frequent visitor to their home. He had sent to her father's funeral a vast wreath of lilies, which was larger and more impressive than any other. Her mother had thanked the sender of every wreath and letter of condolence, but she had felt obliged to write a longer and more effusive letter to Mr. Walker, because he had not only sent a large wreath and a letter which was written on 3 pages, but began a habit of sending them anything fresh from his garden. This included fruit, flowers, and vegetables, and then after a week or 2, eggs and chickens. "It is so kind of you, and I can only say how grateful we are," her mother had said in her soft voice. Diana did not like to think what her father's attitude would have been to receiving such generosity. It never struck her until too late that Mr. Walker was pursuing her mother in a very different way from what she had thought. There was certainly a very strong reason behind his kindness. It was, in fact, after she had been to stay with one of her relations who thought she was being kind in asking the Countess and Diana to stay for a week or so. Diana, too, felt that it was a kind act, and she was certain that it would cheer up her mother after she had shed so many tears. Somehow the house seemed dark, gloomy, and very quiet now that her father was no longer there. "I don't want to go, darling," her mother had said. "I don't feel I can endure the parties Cousin Edith gives so frequently, and I will, in my mourning clothes, make those who attend them feel, well, rather uncomfortable. But you can go. I think it will be very good for you, and I really want you to be friendly with your relations, even though your father found most of them very boring." The particular relation, who was a cousin, had a very charming house by the sea in Essex. As it was summer, Diana soon put away her dismal winter clothes and borrowed light dresses and far prettier ones from her cousins. She then made herself as attractive as she could, and enjoyed herself enormously, although she often felt that it was wrong of her to do so when her mother was alone and unhappy. But when she arrived back after being away for over a month, she found, to her amazement, that her mother was entertaining William Walker almost every day. She was almost astounded at what he had brought into the house. There was a manservant who her father had said that he could not afford. However, Mr. Walker insisted that it was a mistake for her mother to be alone at night without a man to protect her if she should be burgled. There were also flowers, fruit, chocolates, and lots of wine that Diana had not seen before, and she soon learned that Mr. Walker never called at the house without bringing her mother a present. At first she felt overcome with his generosity and kindness, and then she recognized in a way which made her feel uneasy that he was actually courting her mother. If Diana entered a room unexpectedly, he would be beside her mother, holding her hand. Mr. Walker hardly ever spoke without paying her some compliment so volubly that Diana thought it would have made anyone blush. However, her mother seemed to enjoy the attention that she was receiving. It was not really such a shock as it might have been when she told Diana that Mr. Walker wanted to marry her. "Of course, it is far too soon to even think of such a thing," she added quickly, "when your dear father has not yet been dead for a year, but the 9 months for mourning are over, and I think we might go to the town and buy me a new dress, which is either a nice mauve or white." It somehow never seemed to occur to Diana that her mother would resent the mourning that she was wearing for her father. But when they bought several gowns which seemed to her very expensive, and one of them was neither mauve nor white, Diana felt as if the future was going to be very different from what she had expected. Almost 12 months to the day, the Countess was married quietly to William Walker, with no one else present except her daughter. But then, it was no surprise to Diana. At the same time, she could not help thinking how much her father had disliked Mr. Walker, however kind he might have been in buying their large house. In the months that followed, when Diana was at home from the expensive school her stepfather had sent her to, she found that he had managed in his own way, which had made him rich, to change everything at her old home. So much so that she found it hard to recognize, but equally it was difficult to find fault. Not being sensible enough to trust his own taste, he employed the most qualified advisers obtainable. The house was repaired, redecorated, and added to, and the estate, which had been in a dismal condition and in need of much money being spent on it, was returned to its heyday when it had belonged to the head of the family. The many workmen who had been employed when her father could only afford a few changed it until it was difficult to recognize the very place that she had lived in since she had been born. Diana first believed he had done this to please her mother, but then she discovered that it was her mother's social standing, being previously the Countess of Dinsdale, that made William Walker able to entertain the people he had always wanted to know, and who were useful to him. But they had ignored him because he was, as her father had said, a very common man. Now, out of curiosity, or she liked to think because they loved her mother, their relatives came to stay. A number of distinguished visitors appeared almost every weekend, and there were many dinner parties which included the most influential people in the county. Diana finished her education at a school at which only the elite of London were accepted. Although it was her title which put her there, it was William Walker's money that paid every penny that was spent on her education. It was then, when it was all planned that she should come out with a ball given for her in London and one in the country, that her mother died unexpectedly. She had never been particularly strong, and when she was old enough, Diana learnt that the doctors had said it was very dangerous for her to have any children. This was only discovered after Diana was born, but it had made her father determined, although he needed an heir, not to risk his wife's life, as the doctors warned him it might do. Perhaps she was weaker than they had thought. Or perhaps, as Diana had very often wondered, her stepfather, who was desperate for an heir, had ignored the doctor's warning and thought it an unnecessary precaution when he so much wanted a son. And, whatever the reason, the beautiful Countess of Dinsdale, later Mrs. Walker, was dead. And as Diana thought bitterly, no longer of any use to her stepfather. He did not close the house down, which in a way she could have understood, but he used it at weekends and spent a great deal of time in London. He then saw to his various investments that Diana thought, when he had been living with her mother, that he had somewhat neglected. Whatever the reason, she found herself alone, except for a governess, who he insisted she had as a chaperone. She was now all alone in the house, which had been transformed by his money, but she thought it could still be a lonely and empty place without her mother. She was unhappy, although she did not try to put it into words why she felt like this. She was in the country, and she had the horses to fill up the empty hours. There was also the garden that had a large number of gardeners to attend to it, making it one of the beauty spots of the county. She had written to her cousin and asked if she could stay with her for a short while, and had received a most enthusiastic reply which read, "Of course you can come, dearest Diana, and stay for as long as you like. You know how sorry we have been for you losing both your father and mother. My family and I have always loved you, and been disappointed when you did not come to stay with us when we wrote and asked you to do so." It was the first Diana had heard that she had been invited by her cousins to stay with them. She thought that it most undoubtedly have been her stepfather's idea that her mother should write back refusing the invitation, even though they did not tell her about it. So, knowing how her stepfather sometimes behaved where she was concerned, she waited until he was away. Then, having packed her case, aware that the pretty dresses and, in fact, everything she possessed had been paid for by him, she set off to her cousins. She was given a week's grace before her stepfather sent for her. It was now, when she was just nearing the house in London, that she had only seen 2 or 3 times before, that she wondered why he wanted her, and if he had any ulterior motive for making her go back to him. Her father, when he became hard up, had given up what was known as the family house in Belgrave Square, which had been a comparatively small one. Instead, William Walker had bought a large house in Park Lane, which Diana had only seen once, and she thought it looked overwhelmingly rich. It was furnished as her home had been by the top companies who provided, as someone had once said, the best for the most. Her stepfather had been astute not only in writing to her and telling her that he wanted her to return, but he had also written to her cousin. He claimed that he had some issues to discuss with her, and there was also some fashionable parties that she should attend now that she was out of mourning. "I really don't want to leave you," Diana had said plaintively. "I know, dearest," her cousin had replied, "but I have no wish to quarrel with your mother's husband. After all, he is seriously rich, and he sent the children magnificent presents at Christmas, besides the bracelet he gave me." Diana bit back the words that as far as she knew her stepfather never gave anyone anything, unless there was a good reason for it. She was quite certain that he would use what was left of her mother's and father's families if they could be of any advantage to him and his schemes. Also, although he appeared to be exceedingly fond of her, she had always been certain that his affection came from his brain and not from his heart. She recognized at once instinctively that her cousin would not understand, and so she had said nothing. She had merely allowed her clothes to be packed up and set off in a carriage that her stepfather had sent for her. Like everything else he possessed, it was the very best that money could buy, and that included the horses, the carriage, and the servants who drove it. She felt, as she left her cousin's comfortable house, that once again she was losing something precious, but she could not explain it to herself. But when she lost her mother, she had felt as if the sky itself had fallen in and she was totally alone. Now, when she had been so very happy with her cousins, she was being taken away from them, and she was certain that her stepfather had an ulterior motive for it. It would have been a little consolation if she had been going to the country. Instead, it was to the mansion in Park Lane that she had only seen once. "I wonder why he wants me," Diana asked herself as they arrived in London and headed for the West End. She had had virtually no communication with her stepfather since she had left home. She had only thanked him for all the presents, which were loved by her cousins. "Another vast box of chocolates," her aunt had said the previous week. "It is so kind of your stepfather, Diana. Do tell him how much we appreciate his generosity." It was with difficulty Diana bit back the words that her uncle had plenty of money himself, and she could buy the chocolates if she wanted them. But there was no point in letting the family know how much she felt that her stepfather had used them when he married her mother. What he wanted, in fact what she was sure he really wanted, was to be accepted socially, and it was just what he had gained by persuading her mother to marry him. Then she told herself quietly that it was only her vivid imagination, but she could not help hearing a note of satisfaction in his voice when he said to a guest who had not been to the house before, "Of course you have to meet my beautiful and very lovable wife. She was, as you might know, the Countess of Dinsdale before we married, and this house belonged to the Earl." As the guest was already overwhelmed by now by the grandeur of the house, there was really no reason for him to be further impressed. Yet her stepfather had rattled on. "A most charming man and a great friend of mine. I am sure it would please him to know that his daughter, Lady Diana, has been a great success in London, and the Prince of Wales was actually at several of the balls that she attended as a debutante." She often wondered if, when she was not present, her stepfather had ended up by saying that she had actually danced with the Prince of Wales. She would not have put it past him. He was such a snob, she told herself, and it would be difficult for her to think of him in any other way. The horses, they were now moving through the north of London, and Diana saw the names of some of the streets and knew that they were in Chelsea. "I wonder if I could earn my living by drawing or painting," Diana reflected, and then she thought it unlikely that she would be very successful. But it was childish to dislike the large amount her stepfather paid into her bank account every month. "You have to look your best and buy your dresses at the most talked-about shops," he had said to her when she first left school. "Remember that you must be proud of your title and not shame it by the way you appear in public. Expense is no difficulty where you are concerned." Diana merely thanked him for being so kind to her, but at the same time she sensed an ulterior motive, but she was not quite certain what it was. "Perhaps he wants to give a very special party, and because I have a title, he would want me to be present," she thought as the horses turned into Park Lane. It was then she recalled that, although she might in a way resent it, the dress and coat that she was wearing had come from one of the most expensive and chic shops. Her hat alone, with its decoration of flowers and feathers, had cost more than her father would have thought of spending in the old days for her entire winter outfits. "I have to be grateful for small mercies," she mused, and then she laughed, because they were not small, but big. The carriage then drew up smartly outside the large and imposing house that her stepfather had bought for such a large sum of money. As the carriage came to a standstill, the door was opened, and she saw their old butler from the country, who had been in the family since she was born. He had stayed by them when they had moved, even though she had known her father had been able to give him barely half the salary he had when he was first engaged. She climbed out of the carriage and then held out her hand to him. "It's lovely to see you here, Simpson," she said. "I thought you might be in the country." No, Mr. Walker brought us to London," he replied, "and I'm now having to train a whole company of footmen, which I can tell you, my lady, it be ever such hard work." Simpson's eyes were twinkling, and he was joking, as Diana knew, and she laughed. "I am sure you do it brilliantly, as you always have." "The master's not in at the moment," Simpson said, "but I'm expecting him in about half an hour, so I am sure you'd like to go to your room. It's been a long journey for your ladyship." Diana nearly replied that it was a journey that she had no wish to make, but she thought it would be a mistake to say so. Besides, there were 4 footmen in the hall, and she was sure that they were new, and she had not seen any of them previously. "You'll find the housekeeper right at the top of the stairs," Simpson said. "When you feel like coming down, there'll be tea for your ladyship in the drawing-room." Diana smiled at him. "I expect you remembered that I like gingerbread." "I've remembered," Simpson replied. "And I told the cook that you enjoyed iced cake better than plain." Diana laughed. "You have thought of everything, Simpson." She walked up the stairs and found the housekeeper elaborately dressed in black, and, as was usual, wearing a chatelaine round her waist. "I've been told your ladyship likes the sunshine," the woman said, "so I've given you a bedroom overlooking the garden." "Oh, thank you so much," Diana replied. "I have always loved the country much more than the town, so it will be lovely to look out over the garden." Leading the way, the housekeeper took her to what she thought was an over-decorated and elaborate bedroom. Because she had been very hot on the journey, she changed into a lighter dress. She brushed her hair, and as she had washed it the night before, it looked particularly pretty and curly. She then walked slowly down the stairs, hoping that her stepfather would not yet be there. But, unfortunately, he was. Simpson opened the door of the drawing-room, and he was standing with his back to the fire, waiting for her. He had a look in his eyes which told her, as she walked over towards him, that he was scrutinizing her and making certain that she had made the very best of herself. She did not know that the reason he wanted her to look her very best was because he was expecting one of his friends to luncheon or to dinner, and as usual he would accentuate her title when they were introduced. "Oh, now, here you are, Diana," he began. "I was beginning to think that you had disappeared and I would never see you again." "It has been so lovely by the sea, and I have enjoyed bathing," Diana replied. "I might have expected that," he answered. "I only hope that you have not sunburnt yourself to the point that you have lost your pink and white skin that always reminds me of your mother." "It was what my father was very proud of too," she replied almost before she could prevent herself. She knew from the glazed look on her stepfather's face that he had no wish to discuss her father with her. Simpson was now bringing in the tea, assisted by 2 footmen, and Diana realized that she was expected to pour it out and sat down on the sofa by the tea table. She and her stepfather did not speak much to each other until the servants had left the room, and then he sat down next to her. She poured out the tea, remembering that he liked very little milk and 2 lumps of sugar. "Let me tell you, you are looking pretty," he said. "In fact, I think you are far prettier than when I last saw you." "Thank you for the compliment," Diana replied. "I have been very happy with my cousins, and they have been so kind to me." "Is there any reason they should not be?" Diana gazed at him. He was, she thought, whatever her father had said, an intelligent-looking man. She knew if she was seeing him for the first time that she would guess he was brilliant at business. Even then there was something obvious about him that made her father seem right when he had said, "Although he may well be hugely rich, he is still as common as muck, and why should he not recall it?" Then she told herself that she was being unkind. Her stepfather had paid a great deal of money for her schooling, even though he had reasons for not wanting her to be at home, as she had wanted to have a governess. He had also spent a great deal of money on her clothes. It was surely wrong of her to remember how much her father had always disliked him, even though he should have been grateful to him for buying their property. He had paid, she was certain, more than anyone else would have done under the same circumstances. To make herself pleasant, she said, "From what I have seen of this house so far, it is beautifully furnished, and very pretty with its satin curtains and a delightful carved bed." "I just felt that you would enjoy it," her stepfather replied. "It is definitely 100 years old, and the man in the shop who brought it back to how it looked originally said it was the finest example he had seen recently." "Well, then I'm very honoured to be allowed to sleep in it," Diana said. She was longing to inquire why he had asked her to come and see him. She thought that it must be a ball or some particular party that he wished her to attend, and she suspected that the Prince of Wales would be present. In which case, she knew without being told that her stepfather would want her to shine, and she was sure that he would spend any money she needed to do so. She poured out her own tea, and then there was a poignant silence that made her glance at her stepfather. As he still did not speak, she asked him, "Is there any particular reason why you wanted me to come here so urgently? Are you giving a party, or are we perhaps going to one?" No, but I have invited someone I particularly want you to meet," William Walker replied, "and it is important to us both that you should shine and make him appreciate how delightful and charming you are." Diana looked at him and raised her eyebrows. "This is the first time you have said such things to me, step-papa," she said, "and I find it somewhat strange." "You are grown up now, and I hope you have the good sense of your father when he allowed me to buy his ancestral home, and you have the beauty of your mother that made her arouse the attention and the admiration of everyone she ever met." There was a note in her stepfather's voice when he spoke about her mother that made Diana's feelings soften a little towards him. "I know how much you miss her," Diana replied. "Of course you do," William Walker answered. "I miss her more than I could possibly say. That is why you have to take some of the responsibility which would have been hers when Alfred Barker arrives." Diana raised her eyebrows. "Alfred Barker?" she repeated. "I don't think I have heard of him before." No, you've not," he said, "for the simple reason that he has only recently come home to England. He has been travelling all over the world, especially America, where they think a great deal of him." "Oh, he sounds interesting," Diana said. "Tell me some more about him." "Well, he's one of the richest men in the business world," he began, "and there is no one who does not need money." "So you are working with him?" Diana asked. "Not as yet," her stepfather replied, "but it is very important that he should allow me to be his partner in some of his propositions. I have another reason as well for asking you to meet him." "Well, what is that, steppapa?" Diana questioned. There was silence. It was not unusual for her stepfather not to answer any question immediately that had been put to him. Diana looked at him. "What are you thinking?" she asked. "If he is to be fascinated by London, then I would expect you are giving a large party for him. Perhaps you want me to tell you the names of people who should be invited to attend such an auspicious occasion." She spoke the last words rather sarcastically. Then she thought perhaps that she was being rude, and added rather quickly, "Of course I will, and there is a list somewhere in Mamma's desk of the people who were asked to my coming-out dance. I'm sure that all of them will be distinguished enough to impress him, and I expect you have a list too." She tried not to make this sound sarcastic, but she well knew that her stepfather had always been keen for her mother to invite him to meet prestigious people, most of whom had a title. Her stepfather still did not answer her. After a moment she piped up again. "But of course, I will help you in every way that I can. Tell me more about this man. Is he old, as he is so rich? Or is he young, and so would like to dance? If you have dancing, you will need the best band in London." "What I am looking for my friend Mr. Barker," her stepfather said slowly, "is not a band or a number of distinguished and titled people, He is well aware that those can be supplied for him relatively easily. What he wants is more difficult, in fact something which all men seek." "What is that?" Diana asked in a puzzled tone. There was a noticeable pause before he replied, "A wife." Diana stared at him in sheer astonishment. As he did not say anything more, she stammered, "How can you mean a wife? How can you choose a wife for someone else? Surely he could choose her for himself." Again there was a pause until her stepfather said, "I think that you are now being rather stupid in not understanding that what I am proposing is that as Alfred Barker has asked me to help him in what you say is a most difficult task, the only way we can give him what he wants is for you to marry him." What he said so astounded Diana that for a moment she could not look at him. Then she stuttered, "You are not serious, surely?" "Of course I am serious," her stepfather answered. "Barker will be extremely helpful to me, and to you for that matter, because he is so rich. The only thing he wants more than anything else is a beautiful wife who can introduce him into London society, and who can do better than you, eh?" "I think you're mad," Diana cried. "Of course I cannot offer myself in marriage to a man I have never even seen, nor even heard of until now." She paused for breath before she added, "At any rate, I have no intention of marrying anyone unless I am very much in love with them. Certainly not a man who lives in an entirely different world from the one I have been brought up in." "Now you're talking utter nonsense," he replied angrily. "Here is a man who is one of the richest men in America, who wants an English bride. There will doubtless be a great number of women who would open their arms with delight at the idea of marrying him." He stopped before he went on. "But I want him on my side in business, and I can think of nothing better than that he should be married to my stepdaughter." "That is something that will never happen," Diana replied angrily. "I do not intend to marry any man unless I love him, and he loves me, entirely, for myself. Money is unimportant where love is concerned." "Oh, now you are talking complete and utter rubbish," her stepfather raged. "Do you think that your father would have been as happy in his last years as he was if I had not made him a comparatively rich man?" That, of course, was true. And for a while she could not think of an answer. She walked to the window and stood gazing out at the trees in Hyde Park on the other side of the road. There was more silence until her stepfather said, "Now let's both be sensible about this. Here is a golden opportunity for you to marry a man who is so rich that even the American millionaires bow to him." Diana did not answer, and he continued, "He is coming to England at my suggestion, and I know that what he wants now is a home, and of course a son or sons to follow after him when he dies, and to inherit his enormous fortune. Well, I am sure that there are plenty of women who will welcome him with open arms," she replied, "and it will be easy to ask some of them to meet him." There was a brief silence, and then William Walker said furiously, "And do you really think that I could give away a fortune which would lift both you and I from where we are now into a new world of millionaires? As you well know, there are only a very few of them in England." "Then that is where your friend will surely find a wife, only too eager to marry him," Diana said in a sarcastic voice. "But let me make it absolutely clear to you that I will never, and I would repeat, never marry a man simply because he is rich." "You will do what I tell you," he stormed. "How do you know at your age anything about money, except that if I had not rescued your father, you would doubtless have found yourself by now in the gutter?" "But you did help him, and we were very grateful," Diana replied after a pause. "But Because we are grateful to you, and you were indeed very kind to Mamma, and made her so much happier before she died than she would have been otherwise, that does not enable you to order me about, or make me marry a man I have no intention of marrying, even if he goes down on his knee to beg me to do so." There was silence, and then her stepfather said in a very different voice, "We will see about that. I dare say you will find it difficult to enjoy yourself, as you have been doing, if you had not the money that I put into your bank account every month, and when I give anyone large presents of money, I expect them to respond by doing exactly what I want." "You have been very kind, and I have always been very grateful," Diana told him. "Having money from you is one thing, but marrying a strange man who is only interested in my title and not me is a very different matter." "Of course, when he arrives here," he said angrily, "he may fall in love with you. You are a fool to make up your mind before you have even seen him or met him, and I am sure after the glowing account that I have given him of you, he will be looking forward to seeing you." He paused before he went on. "As you will obviously fulfill everything he desires, he will undoubtedly propose marriage." "Then I will tell you again. The answer is no. No, no," Diana cried angrily. Turning away from her stepfather, she ran towards the door, opened it, and went out, slamming it behind her. She ran breathlessly along the passage and bumped into Simpson, who was coming out of the dining room. "Oh, I'm sorry," she said as she banged against the tray he was carrying. "You're in a hurry, my lady?" Simpson answered. Diana looked up at him, and then she said, "I want to talk to you, Simpson. Please come into the office, if there is no one there." "The secretary's gone out with some urgent letters the master gave him." "Then come into the room, as I want to talk to you." Simpson followed her into the office. He was looking surprised at Diana's request, and he raised his eyebrows when he closed the door, and she bent forward to lock it. "What's happened, my lady?" he asked. "What's upset you?" "I have to go away, Simpson. I cannot stay here. I want your advice as to where I can hide myself from my stepfather." Simpson stared at her in astonishment. "Hide from his master? Well, why should you want to do that?" "I have to go, Simpson. I cannot stay here," Diana replied. "If I do, he will bully me into doing what he wants, and that is impossible, and something which would surprise and shock Mamma." "I don't understand, my lady." "No, of course you don't. But because you have been with my father and mother ever since I was a baby, and you are really one of the family, I am turning to you in desperation when I say I must go away." "I can see you're real upset, my lady," Simpson said. "But I were sure you'd enjoy yourself when you came here, and I know without opening any of them that a lot of the letters that came today are invitations for you." "They may be invitations I would enjoy," Diana said. "But when I tell you I have to leave, I want your help as to where I can go and where I can hide." "Hide? But why should your ladyship want to hide, and from whom?" "From my stepfather. I might have guessed when he asked me to come to London that there was an ulterior motive. He was not thinking of me, but of himself." Simpson put up his hand to scratch his head. "I can't understand why he has upset you like this." "I can understand it only too easily," Diana replied. "It is a question of money. Money, money. It is all he thinks about and all he cares for." Simpson did not answer her, and she guessed that it was because he knew that she was speaking the truth. Then she said, "This man who is coming here to stay, and who is arriving tomorrow, is, according to my stepfather, one of the richest men in America. He wants a wife with a title." Simpson stared at her. "Did the master say he wants you to marry this rich millionaire, my lady?" "That is exactly what he is planning, and just what he intends to happen," Diana said. You know as well as I do that when my stepfather wants something, he is totally determined to have it, and nothing will stop him." There was a pause, and then Simpson remarked, "You can't really be expected to marry a man your ladyship's not yet even seen." "That is what he expects, and he will force me one way or another to do what he wants," Diana replied. "He has always had his way in everything he wants, including marrying my mother when I was sure that she was so upset about my father that she would never marry anyone else." "He made her very comfortable," Simpson said. "It's money, money, money all the way," Diana expostulated. "He has benefited from the expenditure. Do you imagine he could have moved into my father's house and taken his place among his friends if he had not been so rich and if he had not married my mother?" She paused before she went on. "She gave him everything he wanted for himself at that moment, and now he is determined that I will marry his friend, who is only interested in my title." Simpson scratched his head and said, "I'll do anything I can to help you, my lady. But what can I do?" There was a pause before Diana replied, "I intend to run away. I am relying on you to find me a place I can hide, where my stepfather cannot find me." Simpson did not speak, so she went on. "He will of course try, you can be sure of that. He has made up his mind, and you know that once he has done that, nothing short of an explosion will change it." There was silence, and then Simpson suggested, "I suppose, my lady, you could go to one of your relations." "And have my stepfather come and take me away almost before I had arrived. You well know that nothing will alter his decision, that I am to marry his rich friend." Simpson did not contradict this because he knew it to be true. He had found ever since Mr. Walker arrived that when he set his mind on anything he wanted or needed, he invariably had his own way. Simpson's face softened as he murmured, "I held you in my arms when you was a baby, my lady, and I'll never forget how proud his lordship was of you. If there's anything I can do to make you happy, you know I'll do it." "I know you feel like that, Simpson," Diana said. "That is why I am asking you, in fact, begging you, to tell me where I can go and where I might be able to hide from my stepfather until this man has gone away, or, finding I am not here, discovers some other woman to willingly be the wife he craves." Simpson rubbed his forehead, and then he said, "There must be somewhere your ladyship can go, where the master won't find you." "He will turn the earth upside down to get his own way," Diana replied. "You know, if he told my relations what he was planning for me, they would think I was very stupid to refuse a millionaire." "That'd be true enough," Simpson replied. "Nonsense, Simpson," Diana cried. "I have found people happy who were very poor, but who were content because they were together. Looking back, I made up my mind that if I ever married, it would be to someone I love and who loved me, regardless of what he or I owned." She made a sound which was meant to be a laugh when she added, "Quite a lot of men have gone out of their way to befriend me, when I am certain that if I had been as poor as I was when I was small, they would have passed by on the other side." "You're very pretty, my lady," Simpson said, "and I thinks as there be a lot of gentlemen who'd like to be friends with you, regardless of what's in your pocket." "I hope that is true," Diana replied. "But the one thing I am quite certain of is that I am not marrying a man just because he is rich, or letting a man marry me because I have a title." Simpson sighed. "I can understand what you be feeling, my lady, but you know what the master be like when he doesn't get his own way." Diana knew this only too well. She had heard him shouting at the workmen when they did not carry out exactly what he desired, and he could be very sharp and authoritative to the servants. She had very often compared him to her father, who always spoke gently and quietly to everyone whenever he wanted something to be done. Diana walked across the room to the window, which looked out on the garden at the back of the house. She thought the sun shining on the flower beds was a small reminder of what she might find in the country. "I think, Simpson, I had best go to the country and try to find a job of some sort," she said. "I'm quite certain that the first thing that my stepfather will do if I disappear is to stop my allowance. Therefore, if I am not to starve to death while I am disobeying him, I will have to earn some money." "Your ladyship shouldn't have to do anything of the sort," Simpson exclaimed. "I'm merely being practical," Diana said without turning round. "You know how determined he is to have his own way. After all, although you have said nothing, I knew you felt at the time that he was very aggressive, and I can remember your wife being in tears because she did not cook a dish in the way he wanted, and he shouted at her." "Then how can your ladyship possibly earn your living?" Simpson asked incredulously. It was almost as if he was talking to himself. "I was well educated," Diana pointed out. "I have to admit that, I suppose if I disguise myself, I could get a job in a school, or become a governess to someone." "A governess?" Simpson exclaimed. "Does your ladyship really think that you could teach a child?" "Of course I could," Diana replied, "and quite a big child for that matter. After all, I never boasted about it. I was head of school at one time. But my mother was so busy with her husband that I did not bother to tell her about it. I felt at the time that neither of them would be particularly interested, but I was very proud of being so successful, as you can imagine." "You've always been ever so clever, my lady," he answered. "Your father would have been exceedingly proud if he had known you were doing so well." "What matters at the moment is that if I cannot do anything else, I can perhaps apply for a job in a school." She sighed before she added, "The difficulty is I would not dare go near any of the schools which surround our house in the country. If I applied to a London school, they would undoubtedly want some sort of reference, and for that, of course, I would have to use my own name." She was talking more to herself than to Simpson. He had moved nearer to her and was looking down at her with a worried expression in his eyes. Then suddenly he gave an exclamation. "I've thought of a place your ladyship can go." Diana turned round sharply. "Where is that?" she quizzed him. "It's not far from here," Simpson said. "So, if things went wrong, you could come back, and I'd smuggle you in somehow without the master being aware of it." "Well, tell me about it," Diana urged. "You know I am desperate, and I have to leave here." "Well, if your ladyship says you have to go, I've just thought of a place, but it won't be at all that pleasant." "Tell me about it," Diana repeated. "Well," Simpson began, "for some time I've been friendly with the butler who serves Lord Anthony Clayton. He were telling me 2 or 3 days ago the trouble his lordship had with his brother." Diana was listening intently, and Simpson went on. "My friend, whose name is Newman, I've known him for many years, and he says Lord Clayton's brother is ever so strange, and they can't do nothing with him." "What do you mean by that?" Diana inquired. "It seems that he won't learn anything," Simpson explained. "He's had governess after governess who've left after a week or so because they can't do anything with him. As his lordship wants to send his brother to Eton in 2 years' time, it looks as if he'll not get in there, well, nor in any other school." "What is wrong with him?" "Well, my friend says he's ever so pig-headed, you see, and the governesses, who were told to teach him, were stupid women who didn't know how to handle a boy," Simpson replied. "It seems his lordship's in despair." "Are you suggesting that I might succeed where the other women have failed?" Diana asked. "It'd give you a place to hide, my lady," Simpson said. "Lord Clayton's never been here, and I'm sure the master doesn't know him." Diana did not speak at once, and then she said, "It's certainly an idea. but I would like to know what is wrong with the boy." "My friend says it's because they've handled him the wrong way. His brother, that be Lord Clayton, be a clever man, and he's an excellent rider. I suspect he ain't got much time to waste on his young brother." There was a pause, and then Simpson went on. "One thing's quite certain, and that is his lordship's not got much money, and cannot afford to own the horses he rides, so the master wouldn't be interested in him." "It certainly sounds like somewhere I could hide," Diana said, "until this man from America has left. If I am not here, my stepfather will have to find someone else to fill the gap." "Well, then, if you wants to hide," Simpson replied, "I can only say your ladyship could not be in a safer place, and I knows that my friend Newman will look after you. If things become too difficult, or you changes your mind, you only has to walk round the corner to come home." "Simpson, you are a genius," Diana cried. "I might have known that you would solve my problem. The only problem is that his lordship might not take me." "I thinks he will, being as one governess after another's walked out," Simpson assured her. "He still feels his brother should be educated, you see. Otherwise, as he has said to my friend, the boy will never get into a decent school." "At least I can give it a try, and it will give me a place to hide," Diana said. "What do I do first?" "I thinks," Simpson answered slowly, "so that you don't make the master all suspicious, like, you'd better let me run over and talk to my friend, and I'll tell him I found a governess to look after the young gentleman." He stopped to clear his throat before he went on. "But I'll tell him that she might not stay long, and they're real lucky to find anyone as pleasant as you be, my lady." "I hope I will be," Diana replied. "At the same time, they might want references." "I've been thinking of that," Simpson said with a twinkle in his eyes. "I'd guess that you can write yourself something good and sign it, either with a name you make up, or with the name of a teacher, perhaps, at the school you was at." Diana laughed. "We will both end up in prison for conspiracy," she protested. "I can see that." "Then I'll go and bail your ladyship out," Simpson replied. "Anyway, I'll slip over now and tell my friend that I'm bringing them a new governess, and you pack up what you need. I'll call a cab to take you there." "Simpson, you are an angel," Diana exclaimed. "I knew you would help me." She thought for a moment before she added, "If I am sulking in my bedroom, my stepfather will have to go alone to the dinner party we accepted for tonight, and make excuses for me not being with him." "I'll tell the master you said you had a headache, and are now lying down, and won't be going anywhere this evening," Simpson suggested. "Is that right?" "Only you, Simpson, could make him believe that is the truth," Diana laughed. She rose and then walked across the room. "I will go up the back stairs to my room," she said, "and do exactly what you have told me." "Thank you, thank you. I might have known you would solve every difficult problem." "I were worried, my lady, at you taking such a big step as running away, if I didn't know that you were going to someone I knows and trusts. Anyway, the missus and I be here, and if things do go wrong, you can just come back to us, and we'll find somewhere else for you to hide." "I feel as if you have dropped down from heaven to help me," Diana said, "and I promise you that however difficult the boy may be, I will somehow stay here until my stepfather's friend finds the wife he requires." She almost spat out the last words. As she reached the door, she stopped. "You had better look and see if there is anyone in the passage, Simpson." "That be what I was thinking myself," he replied. He opened the door very quietly. The passage was empty, and the only sound was of voices coming from the kitchen. He did not speak, but nodded his head to Diana, who slipped past him and ran up the back stairs as quickly as she could. Simpson watched her until she was out of sight. As she then turned into the passage which led into her room, he walked out of the office and closed the door. He called one of the footmen who was on duty in the hall to come to him. "I'm going out, Willie," he said, "and I'll be away for about half an hour. See that everything is right for the master and her ladyship. They'll be leaving, I think, at about 7:45. "Yes, that's right, Mr. Simpson." Simpson hurried back down the passage. Picking up his hat, he let himself out and ran up the steps into the street. In her bedroom, Diana collected a suitcase from the adjoining dressing room, and then she began to fill it with the clothes she thought were most suitable for a governess. Since she had come to London on her stepfather's instructions, she had brought some really beautiful gowns from the most exclusive shops in Bond Street, and they made her appear as if he had more or less ordered the belle of the ball at every one she attended. Now she thought to herself bitterly that, although she had never liked him much, he had been kind to her. However, this was because he was thinking of some way in which she could be useful to his business. The arrival from America of someone who wanted to marry a woman from the aristocracy was typical of what she had always thought was behind his affection for her mother. It was the reason why he was so delighted when she had promised to marry him. Diana had always been somewhat suspicious that he had managed to appear at exactly the right moment, and somehow he had ingratiated himself so that her mother had looked forward eagerly to his arrival every morning. If she had not possessed a title, or if she had not been important socially, he would never have wasted any time on her, Diana told herself bitterly. Even so, she had to admit that what he had done for her father was of enormous benefit to them all. Their house in the country now looked as it had when it had first been built in the reign of King Charles II. "Of course I am grateful to him for making Papa happy and for looking after Mamma when he died," she told herself. "At the same time, he cannot expect to manipulate me in the same way he manipulated them, or rather what they possessed." As if she was arguing with herself, she went on, "Naturally, I am really grateful to him for what he has done, but equally he was benefiting himself, even if he did not admit it. Through Mamma he was accepted and got to know every important person in the county, and it was the same thing when he came to London." She carried on with her packing as she reflected. His money might have brought some of it, but not the friendship he lavishly received from Papa's friends, and relations who would not have worried themselves or been the least impressed by a man, however rich he might be, if he was not someone they could accept socially. But it was no use attacking her stepfather even by her thoughts. All she had to do was to avoid him forcing her, as he intended, into marrying a man who wanted her merely for her illustrious family tree, and not because he was in love with her. "If I ever marry," she mused, "I will marry because I love the man for himself, and he loves me because I am me. If I possess nothing and am a comparative to no one, he will still love me." She continued with her packing, and she was just closing her suitcase when there was a knock on the door. She sprang to her feet and ran to open it, and as she expected, Simpson was standing outside. "It's all right," he whispered. "I've fixed it, and my friend says that when his lordship returns from his dinner party, he'll tell him that you've arrived unexpected-like, and it's so late at night he's shown you to your room and you've gone to bed." "Surely he will be surprised that I have walked in without him employing me?" Diana asked. "My friend assures me that he can fix all that," Simpson confirmed, "saying that you've come from the country and came for an interview after his lordship had left, and he thought it'd be a big mistake to lose you, especially as you arrived later than you intended, and were not certain where you could stay the night." Diana smiled. "You have really thought of everything, Simpson," she praised him. "You are so clever." "Well, what then I tells myself," Simpson said almost in a whisper, "is that once you're there, he won't want to turn you out. And I expect you've written that reference then that I told you to write, my lady?" I'm just going to do it," Diana said. "There's no hurry," Simpson told her. "The master won't be leaving for another quarter of an hour, and then I can take you to where Lord Clayton lives." He did not wait for Diana to answer, but hurried away to the top of the main staircase, which Diana knew that her stepfather would soon be descending. She closed the door and locked it, just in case he should come and speak to her. A little while later, she heard voices from the top of the stairs, and guessed at once that Simpson was telling her stepfather that she had a headache and had retired to bed, and he would have to make apologies at the dinner party. Simpson, however, did not come for her as quickly as she expected. She thought that he was probably being sensible, as it would be a terrible mistake if any of the other servants saw her leaving the house. It was, in fact, nearly an hour later when Simpson tapped on her door. "Most of the staff have gone to bed," he whispered. "The rest are in the servants' hall eating their supper. No one'll see us if we slip out now." Diana did not answer him. She merely pointed to her suitcase and the hat box standing by the door. Carrying one in each hand, Simpson went ahead and she followed him. They slipped down the back stairs and were out in the street without anyone seeing that they had left. It was dark outside, but all the street lamps were glowing, and so were the stars overhead. "Are we going to hire a cab?" Diana asked. "It'd not be worth it, my lady," Simpson answered. "It's not far, and I can manage this baggage. But have you brought enough with you?" "I thought if I need more I can send you a message, and you can bring me anything I need," Diana replied. "It would be a great mistake for me to arrive with too much. Governesses are normally poor paid, and therefore cannot afford the sort of clothes I wear." "I don't suppose he'll notice," Simpson remarked. "If it comes to all that, a governess is a governess, and he'd never expect her to be dressed up like a society beauty." Diana laughed. It was just the sort of argument Simpson used quite often, and it always amused her. "I would expect my stepfather to be very angry tomorrow when he finds I am not there," Diana said. "I hope he is not angry with you too." "I'll tell him I didn't have the slightest idea that you weren't in your bedroom," Simpson replied, "as I saw you going up to it after you left him." "That's a perfect answer," Diana exclaimed, "and he cannot say he has not upset me, because he has." She gave a little sigh before she added, "Oh, Simpson, I am so very grateful to you." "Now don't you start counting your chickens before they're hatched," Simpson warned. "Your ladyship may hate the place, and you never know, his lordship might well refuse you, in which case we will have to find somewhere else. But in this place I know that you'll not have many difficulties, and if you want any help, I'm only round the corner." That was making it rather less than it was, Diana thought. At the same time, when she realized that they had reached Lord Clayton's house, it was noticeably different from her own. It was a typical London house on 3 floors, with a house very much like it on either side. Simpson rang the bell. The door was then opened by a butler who looked as much the part as Simpson did. In fact, Diana could not help thinking that it would be impossible for anyone to suspect them of having any other career than that of a butler to a family who they had served loyally for years. "This be my friend, Newman," Simpson said. Diana held out her hand. "It's very kind of you to let me come here, and it's an opportunity when I am in much need of employment." "Well, that's what we wants," Newman replied. "I only hopes, miss, that you'll be successful where the others have failed. I expects my friend Simpson has told you." Yes, he has," Diana confirmed, "and I will do my best to be a success, and thank you both for helping me." Obviously pleased at her reply, Newman took her up the stairs. "There ain't a great many servants here," he said in an apologetic tone. "My wife and I manage to do all that his lordship wants with the help of 1 or 2 who comes for the day." He did not wait for Diana to reply, but went ahead along a passage and opened a door. "This is where the governess, when we have one, sleeps," he said. "It were cleared this morning after the last one abandoned ship." It was a small and simple room, Diana thought, but was clean and tidy, and the curtains over the windows were a pretty shade of blue. "I am sure that I will be very comfortable here," she told Newman, who put down her suitcase and hatbox. Then she said, "Thank you so much for having me here, and I hope that I will be as useful as you want me to be." "That's the right thing to say," Newman replied. "I promise you, miss, that the missus and I'll do our very best to keep you." He paused for a moment before he added, "You just ask us if there's anything you want, and we'll try and get it for you." "Thank you so much," Diana replied. Then she turned to Simpson and smiled. "Thank you for bringing me here." "It's been a pleasure," Simpson answered. Then, as his friend Newman started to climb down the stairs, he whispered, "You ain't told me yet what you're going to call yourself." Oh, how silly of me," Diana exclaimed. "I have decided to call myself Diana Dixon." Simpson chuckled. "Well, that'll be easy to remember," he said as he started to go down the stairs. Diana shut the door of her bedroom and walked to the window. She opened it and gazed up at the stars. It seemed as if everything had happened so quickly and in such a hurry that she had walked from one planet to another without being aware of what she was doing. Then, as she knew for the moment she was safe from her stepfather and the man he wanted her to marry, she said a prayer which came from the very depths of her heart. "Thank you." Chapter 3. The next morning, Diana woke with a start and was rather surprised that she had slept so peacefully in a strange place. For a moment or two, she just lay in bed gazing at the sunshine coming in through the sides of the curtains. She felt that her mother and father would be really astonished if they knew what she was doing. "We may be rich," she thought to herself, "but it is not money that matters in life, but love. Of being with people you are fond of and who are fond of you." Then she told herself that she was now completely alone. Although her cousins would have her if she went back to them, she well knew that she could never stay for very long and risk becoming a nuisance in someone else's family. "I have to learn to look after myself," she thought, "and somehow survive, even though I'm certain that Step-Papa will do everything he can to track me down." Then, as she felt that she was being rather gloomy, she jumped out of bed and started to dress. She had just finished tidying her hair when there was a knock on the door. When she called, "Come in," a housemaid appeared who said, "I'm ever so sorry I didn't come earlier, miss, but they didn't tell me what time you wanted to be called." "I think the sunshine did that for me," Diana said with a smile. "But thank you very much, and I would be grateful if, when you have time, you could unpack the case I have brought with me." "Of course I will," the housemaid replied. "I hope you're going to stay. I don't mind telling you I'm sick of unpacking for a new governess, and then having to pack up the same cases what seems like 2 minutes later." Diana laughed. "I hope I will not be as bad as that. I promise you I will try my best." The housemaid glanced at the door before she said, lowering her voice, "He be a real mischief, that's what he be. And if you were to ask me, it were the first governess who upset him, and that's why he refuses to have any more." She gave a sigh, and then she added, "Ever such a nice little boy he were when he first were born. I often thinks it's a pity he had to grow up." Diana grinned. "It happens to all of us. Then we grow old and ugly, and no one bothers about us any more." "Oh, you mustn't say that, miss," she protested at once. "Not when you're so young, and I expects people have told you that you're very pretty." "I'm always delighted to hear it," Diana replied, "and I want to be pretty, so that the young master will let me teach him something, if it is only to say yes instead of no." The housemaid giggled. "You'll find that real difficult, but we'll help you all that we can. But the trouble is, we can't do much." Diana thought that this was very poor consolation, and aloud she merely asked, "Will you please inform me where I can have my breakfast? When I arrived last night, I was brought up here and have no idea what the house is like. And do tell me what your name is." "My name is Katie, and come with me," she replied. "I'll show you." She walked from the room and Diana followed her. She could see in daylight that the house was larger and more comfortable than she had thought last night. Katie showed her into 1 or 2 bedrooms, which were certainly larger and more expensively furnished than hers was. Then she took Diana down the stairs. "The master's ordered breakfast for 9 o'clock, she said, "so there's plenty of time for you to have a good look round." Katie showed Diana a very pretty drawing room, which she thought was not often used as it was too tidy. She formed an impression that his lordship seldom went there, but the study, which was obviously his room, was very different. She thought when she entered that the writing table, the bookcases, and the newspapers on the stall in front of the fireplace showed that it was the room of a busy man. Then there were 3 other rooms for her to see, including the music room, which, although not large, contained a fine piano. Diana reckoned, if nothing else, she would teach her pupil, if he listened to her at all, to enjoy music. Then she remembered that the young man refused to take lessons of any sort. She wondered if there was one lesson that they had not tried that she might interest him in. "Anyway," she consoled herself, "if I have to leave almost at once, at least I have a chance to think of where I can go, and then my stepfather need not find me the first moment he starts looking." She hoped that such ideas might strengthen her. Equally, when she thought of how determined her stepfather was, and how he had gained vast riches entirely through his brain, she knew that she had little chance of succeeding if it came to a battle between them. Katie had been chattering about the rooms as they entered them, and now she said, "There are 2 more rooms, the dining room, which is kept solely for his lordship, and the schoolroom, which ain't never been used except by the governess when she first arrives. By the time she's taken out her books and her pen, she's moving off again." "That does not make me feel very confident that I can stay in this pretty house, Katie," Diana replied, "and be looked after by you as you have promised." "I'll do so as long as you're here," Katie answered. "But as I says to our cook last night when I hears you'd arrived, I bet she don't stay more than 4 days, if that." "You are certainly frightening me," Diana said. "Oh, I don't mean to," Katie replied, "but it's always best to know what you're in for, His lordship's had all sorts, young, old, even a man instead of a governess." She gave a little laugh before she added, "But they've all said the young master's hopeless. So I packs their bags for them and off they goes." Diana laughed because it sounded so funny. "I can only sympathize with you," she said, "and I promise I will do my best to stay so that you will not have to pack my bags for a long time." "That will be the day," Katie replied scornfully. "But I wishes you luck, miss, and I'll send your breakfast in as soon as I goes to the kitchen." She thought that nothing would be more depressing than to sit alone, staring at the wall, knowing that they were betting against her staying for more than 2 or 3 days. While she waited for her breakfast, she walked to the window and saw that it looked out onto a small square where the trees would soon be in blossom. "I shall be able to go there instead of Hyde Park," she told herself, "where I might be seen by step-papa." Then she realized that her hiding place all depended on one small boy. "What can I say? What can I do?" she asked herself. "To make him appreciate that if I am not important to him, he is very important to me." Before she could find an answer, the door opened and a footman came in carrying her breakfast. "Here you are, miss," he said. "Cook says if it ain't to your liking, you're free to tell her what you fancies, so that she can get it ready for you another day." "Thank you. It is very kind of her. I am quite sure what you have will taste delicious, simply because I am very hungry." He put the silver dish down on the table, and then he put a plate where she was to sit, and a small teapot that he arranged by the cup. "Cook says if you wants coffee another morning, you can have it," the footman said. "I think you are all very kind and considerate," Diana told him. "Please tell cook that I am very grateful." "If you ask me," the footman began, "we all hope she'll be the one exception and stay longer than any of the other governesses have. It's in and out, and we feels we've no time to breathe before another one's gone." "Then I really hope I will be the exception," Diana answered, "and thank you for bringing me my breakfast." She then sat down at the table and found the eggs and bacon in the silver entree dish, very well cooked. The footman had also brought her toast in a silver rack, which she had not noticed at first, and there were pots of marmalade and jam on the table. The governesses were certainly well looked after, she told herself. She was sure that the footman was telling her the truth when he said that they all hoped she would stay, and there would be less difficulty in the house in the future. She had finished her breakfast and was just looking at the bookshelf to see what books were on it. She was not surprised to find that they were nearly all history books, and there was nothing there, she thought, that would attract a boy who did not wish to be taught. She was trying to remember what had interested her when she was 11 or 12, when Newman opened the door. "His lordship would like to see you in the study, Miss Dixon," he announced. Diana's hand went at once to her hair to tidy it. "I'm ready," she said. "Please tell cook I enjoyed my breakfast very much." "She'll be pleased about that," Newman replied. "Now come along. We must not keep his lordship waiting." "Of course not," Diana agreed. "So, wish me luck." "We all wishes you that, miss. But I must tell you that the betting is against you." Diana laughed. "I have heard that already." She walked out through the door and then down the passage to the room that Katie had already shown her. She thought then that it was a typical man's room, and now the man himself was standing with his back to the fireplace. "Miss Dixon, my lord," Newman called out. Diana walked in thinking it would be interesting to see this man who could not control his own brother. Her first thought was that he was younger than she had expected him to be. Second was that he was a very good-looking, handsome man. He was tall, and his hair was brushed back from a square forehead. She thought, as she walked towards him, that as he looked so strong and so intelligent, it was extraordinary that he could not control the boy. He held out his hand. "Good morning, Miss Dixon," he began at once. "I understand you have arrived here last night when I was out, and I hope my staff have made you comfortable and that you had a good night's rest." "Your staff have been so wonderful at looking after me," Diana replied. "I feel I should apologize for arriving so unexpectedly, but I was only made aware of your position yesterday when I arrived back in London, so I came here instead of going, as I intended, to a hotel before I made inquiries at an agency for the sort of position I required." "Well, I am delighted to have you," Lord Clayton said. "At the same time, I expect you have already been told that the position is very difficult." Yes, I have been told that," Diana replied, "and it seems to me very strange. My young brother was brought up almost entirely by servants when my mother was very ill," Lord Clayton explained, "and I am convinced that they made him feel he was a trouble to them." He paused for a moment before he went on. "I can tell you tales of inadequate nannies and later governesses who were chosen without much sense, as my mother was too ill to do anything herself." He sighed before he continued. "I was away abroad with my regiment, and it was only when I had left the army that I found things in chaos at home, and my brother, who is very much younger than me, had refused any sort of education. He caused so much trouble that those who should have been looking after him washed their hands of him." Diana did not comment, and he went on. "They refused to try to persuade him, as they should have done, to attend some day school where he could have been with boys of his own age." "I am beginning to understand," Diana said quietly. "I put him down for Eton," Lord Clayton went on, "where I was educated. He should go there in a year and a half, but quite frankly, as things are at the moment, he will never pass any examination, and as you can well imagine, I do not want him sent back in disgrace." "Of course not," Diana agreed. "I can understand that it causes you a great deal of anxiety, my lord." "It does, and I have tried governess after governess, while Eric has refused point blank to attend a day school. I can hardly drag him to one physically. So he stays here learning nothing and refusing to listen to any governess I have produced for him." "It is certainly a very sad story," Diana said. "I can only hope that I will succeed where others have failed." "And you cannot be more hopeful than I am," Lord Clayton replied. "I thought it was right to tell you the truth, and it is very hard to cope with a boy who refuses to learn anything. Although I have talked to him and told him how important it is for his future, he continued to say, 'I will not listen to you. I will not do lessons to anyone who wants to teach them.'" Lord Clayton paused for a moment before he said, "He makes the word teacher sound as if it was poison, and that I am afraid is how he thinks of it. You most certainly have a very difficult problem, my lord. I can only promise to do my best, and hope and pray that I will succeed." "That is very kind of you," Lord Clayton replied. "I do appreciate it. I thought I should be frank and tell you the trouble, and just like you, I can only pray that you will succeed where everyone else has failed." Then he added, "I have only stayed here in London because I have been so worried about Eric's education, but I have a house in the country, and it is where I personally would prefer to be at this moment." Lord Clayton sighed and went on, "But I am afraid that if I took him there, he would then refuse even more violently to learn anything." He paused to take a deep breath, and as Diana did not speak, he continued, "Perhaps I'm wrong. Perhaps if I took him to the country, he would be content to ride my horses and to enjoy swimming in the lake. Or perhaps he would learn simple things instead of the classics that he has to become familiar with if he is going to go to a decent school." "Most boys of that age manage to do both," Diana pointed out. "Of course," Lord Clayton agreed. "But then my brother is so completely ignorant of what will be expected of him that I'm afraid when he is completely grown up, I will be responsible for him being unable to do anything or have a career of any sort." "I can see your difficulties," Diana said. "I will try everything I can to teach your brother all that he ought to be learning day by day. Equally, if he is really anxious to go to the country, and as you say, ride and swim, would you be prepared to let him go if I went with him?" She was thinking as she was speaking that here was a great chance for her to leave London and avoid the risk of being found by her stepfather. "But of course," Lord Clayton replied, "if you think that you can make Eric agree to anything that will improve his brain, I am prepared to send him anywhere you say, even to the moon." Diana laughed. "Well, that is certainly an enticing thought, my lord, and it is an adventure that I myself would greatly enjoy." "So would I, as it happens," Lord Clayton smiled. "But I am afraid that we shall have to stay here, and just hope for the best." "I can promise you one thing," Diana said. "My idea is to help you, and if I fail, it will not be for the want of trying, or for not using my imagination." Lord Clayton gazed at her. "That is exactly what I want you to say," he replied. "I cannot help feeling that you will win where everyone else has failed." "Then please, can I try it my way?" she asked him. "And even if it feels strange, you will accept it until I have won or lost?" Lord Clayton threw up his hands. "I do feel, although I am being over-optimistic, that you will succeed." "I don't know why you should think that," Diana said. "I only hope it is true. Shall I take you now to meet my brother? As he hates the schoolroom, he will be in his bedroom. He has luncheon with me when I am at home, but he insists on having breakfast all by himself." He moved towards the door, saying, "I will take you upstairs, but don't be surprised by what you find." Diana rose from her chair, and then she said, "Would you mind very much if I went up alone? I think that it could be a mistake for you to come with me, my lord. Therefore, I would prefer to go in and talk to him without being introduced." Lord Clayton raised his eyebrows. If that's what you want, then yes, of course, we must begin as we intend to carry on, and I must agree to it. Diana smiled. "Thank you. I might make a lot of mistakes, but if I do succeed in getting your brother to Eton, I will be very delighted, not only for him, but because I will have been successful." "Then good luck," Lord Clayton exclaimed. Diana walked towards the door, and as she did so she turned back to say, "I may do things that you may think strange or even odd, but just for the moment, please give me a free hand, my lord." "That I have already promised you," Lord Clayton reminded her. "Thank you, my lord." She opened the door and found, as she had expected, that Newman was standing not very far away. He gazed at her questioningly as she then walked towards him. She had the feeling that, because she was alone, he was expecting her to leave. Instead, she said, "Will you please take me to the room where Master Eric is? Don't announce me. I just want to walk in alone." Newman looked at her in considerable surprise. "That's something that ain't happened before," he remarked. "Well, it is happening now," Diana replied, "and I am hoping for the best. His lordship has promised to give me a free hand, so don't be upset or surprised at anything I ask you for." "I won't. I gives you my word," Newman replied. "But I can tell you, you ain't like anyone who's been here before." Diana smiled at him. They walked up the stairs together. Turning in a different direction to where her room was, they walked a short way down a passage. Then Newman stopped. "This be the young gentleman's bedroom," he said in a whisper. Diana glanced at him, and as he realized that she was waiting for him to leave, he started to walk back the way they had come. She waited until he was out of sight. Then she opened the door and walked straight in. The room was in a mess, with bedclothes flung over the end of the bed. The young boy, dressed only in a shirt and trousers, was seated on the floor. He was arranging a fort with tin soldiers round it. It was a child's toy, but she could understand that from the soldiers grouped beyond it, he was making for his own entertainment a battle between those outside the fort and the soldiers that were piled on top of it. In real life, they would have been shooting at the approaching enemy. Diana closed the door behind her, and only then did Eric turn round and look at her. He immediately jumped to his feet, shouting, "It's no use coming here. I'm not going to do any lessons, and it's a waste of time you trying to make me." There was little doubt that he was aggressive, but Diana answered very softly, "I want to tell you something very important, and I must not be overheard." "You want to tell me something?" Eric responded sharply. "What do you mean?" "I want to tell you something. Very secret," Diana began, "and no one else must listen." She looked back at the door as if she was nervous that someone was outside. As Eric then followed her eyes, she thought that he understood. "I just cannot think what you want to tell me," he replied. "But come outside, where no one will hear us." She looked at him questioningly as he led the way to the end of the room. There were 2 large windows, one longer than the other, and Diana realized as he opened a door that there was a balcony outside. "This is splendid," she remarked as she went out. Fortunately, there were 2 chairs, and she sat down in one, saying, "Come close, and I'm sure that no one will hear us here." "It is where I hide," Eric told her, "when they come wanting me to do some ghastly lessons. If this is what you're going to talk to me about, I don't want to hear it." "I understand you have had difficulties," Diana said in a low voice, "but I have had far, far worse ones, and I want your help." My help? Eric queried. Although there were 2 chairs on the balcony, he was still standing in the doorway. She thought, despite the fact that he was surprised at her going out onto the balcony, he was still ready to refuse to listen to her or to run away if she persisted. The balcony looked out onto the back of the house, where there was a small and not a very interesting garden. It had no flowers growing in it, and there was 1 small tree and several tired shrubs. Diana, seated on the balcony, realized that Eric was still standing by the door and not joining her outside as she wanted him to do. To his surprise, she rose to her feet and went back into the bedroom. "Someone might well be listening below," she said, "and I cannot see them. I think I would be safer in here, and if I whisper, only you will be able to hear what I have to say." She could tell from the expression on the boy's face that he was now rather interested. She then knelt down on the floor, sitting back on her haunches. "Now listen," she said, "while I tell you something that no one else knows, and most importantly, your brother does not know." Slowly, but still somewhat reluctantly, Eric moved a little closer, but he looked as if at any moment he might disappear. Again Diana said in a whisper, "What I want is your help." "My help?" Eric exclaimed. "How can I help you?" Diana again turned her head from side to side as if she was afraid that someone was listening, and then said, "I have run away. I've run away from my stepfather, and I am terrified that he might find me." Eric looked at her and then he asked, "Why have you run away?" Again, she looked round and lowered her voice. "My stepfather wants me to marry a man I have never even seen. Because he is so rich, and I know a great number of people, he wants me for his wife." "He cannot make you marry him if you say no," Eric pointed out. "That is what you think," Diana replied. "But my stepfather is determined to get his own way. He is a very clever and devious man, and he always makes people do just what he wants them to do. As I am his stepdaughter, and my mother is dead, he will force me to marry this man even if he has to carry me to the church." "So, you have run away," Eric said. "Yes, I have run away, and I know for the moment that my stepfather will not think it likely that I will pretend to be a governess." She gave a little sigh. "There, I have told you. I've told you the truth. I'm not a governess, and have never been a governess," she admitted. "I am only hiding here, and I want you to be very kind and help me so that no one will find me." She was still whispering, and Eric sat down beside her. "You really don't think that they will find you?" he inquired. "Why should they look for me in this house?" Diana asked. "As he is such a rich man, he will not think that I am working to make money." "So you have come here to hide from him?" Eric quizzed her, as if he must make it clear in his own mind. "It was our old butler, who always looked after me since I was a child, who knew your butler, who suggested I might come here, pretending to be a governess." She glanced at the door, and then she said in an even lower whisper, "No one must know that I'm not a governess, and never have been. So I must pretend to teach you, and you must pretend that you are learning something useful from me. Otherwise, they will send me away, and I can think of nowhere else I can go." "But you must have relations and friends?" Diana shrugged her shoulders. "They all admire my stepfather just because he is so rich," she replied. "If he goes to them, asking where I am, they will tell him. That is why no one but you know that I am pretending to be a governess." She hesitated for a few seconds before she added, "I know that my stepfather would never believe for one moment that I was being one, or that I should become of low rank by being paid for what I was doing." "Will he be looking out for you?" Eric asked. "Of course he will. He always wants to get his own way, and he is determined I shall marry this man. I would not put it past him to drag me to church and force me to say the words that will make me his wife." There was silence, and then Eric commented, "I think it is very brave of you to run away." "You do see," Diana said, "that if he finds me, I will never have a chance again. He will lock me into my room until the wedding day, and it will then be impossible to run away if I am in a carriage with servants on the box and 2 men sitting on either side of me." Eric thought this over, and then he said, Yes, I do see. You are only a woman, and it would be terribly difficult for you to escape." "Not difficult, but quite impossible," she exclaimed. "That is why I am begging you and praying to you to help me. If I stay here, I feel they will not find me. At the same time, it will be safe, and I will not starve, which is what my stepfather expects, as I was not able to take much money with me." "Did you come here last night?" Eric inquired. Diana nodded. "Yes, our butler, who, as I have said, has been so kind to me ever since I was born, and who loved my mother very dearly, brought me here because he knows your butler." She looked round again before she went on. "You must not, whatever you do, tell your butler I have told you all this, because he might think that after all, it is his duty to let my stepfather know that I am not in any danger." Again she paused before she continued. "Of course, he would pay a large sum of money to any servant who helped him find me." "And you have not told my brother that you are not a governess?" Eric asked. "Of course not," Diana answered quickly. "I told him I hoped to be successful where others have failed, but I will have to teach you in my own way, and that, between ourselves, is what you have to tell me." "What do I have to tell you?" Eric questioned. "You must tell me what you want to know," Diana replied. "There is no reason at all why you should know anything you don't want to know, but I expect there will be plenty of things you will find interesting, like your fort." Eric did not speak, and she went on. "What we will do, if you agree with me, is to have our lessons out of doors, so that no one can tell your brother that you are not learning anything." "What do you mean out of doors?" Eric asked, and he was obviously interested. "I was thinking this morning, after they told me that you did not like lessons, that it would be much more fun to see things than to read about them." She saw that Eric did not understand, and she said, "For instance, I expect you like animals. The very first thing I would like to do, which I have not done since I came to London, is go to the zoo." Eric's eyes lit up. "I would like to do that too," he exclaimed. "But the governesses who were here before have always wanted me to do boring lessons. I hate arithmetic, and I hate having to write out words over and over, so I can spell them." "If you will help me," Diana said, "I will help you. What we will do, and I promise you that no one will know anything about it, we will pretend that you are having a lesson, instead of which, when we are in the house, we will read an exciting book about other parts of the world." She smiled at him before she said, "I am fascinated by the parts of the world I have not yet visited, as I am sure that you are." Eric did not answer, and she went on. "We will go and see all the sights of London, which I have never been able to visit." "I would like to do that," Eric replied. "No one has ever suggested it before." "We must go to the Tower of London," Diana told him, "and I am sure that can easily be arranged. Then, after we have seen London, there are plenty of other places we can visit outside which will impress your brother that you're learning the right things, while you and I will just enjoy looking at the sights." She glanced around again before she continued. "If you want to hear about it, I'm sure I can find a story to read about whatever it is, which will intrigue us both." There was silence, and then Eric laughed. "Do you really think that they will believe us?" he asked. "That is up to you," she replied. "If I say everything is wonderful, they will think I'm boasting. But if you say that you are finding it all very interesting, then they will be encouraged to think that I am a wonderful teacher, when in actual fact, I have not taught you a thing." Eric laughed again and said, "It is very clever of you, and is certainly something that no one else has ever suggested to me before." "Well, it's like having something exciting to do every day," Diana told him. "We will look at the newspapers and see if there are exhibitions and house openings, which I would love to see." She paused before she added, "But we will have to be very careful, just in case my stepfather is looking out for me, or he might pay people to search for me. I have dark glasses to wear, so that they do not recognize me. As I have never worn glasses, they will hardly think I am wearing them for fun." "I do like the idea of reading the newspapers," Eric said, "to find out what is going on in London." "I saw lots of newspapers downstairs," Diana told him, "so we can start looking. Of course, you will have to be careful and not tell your brother where you have been. Just say you enjoyed, as it was such good weather, learning out of doors instead of inside." "He will be pleased that I'm learning," Eric said. "He will not care where it is, even if it is on the chimney pots." Diana laughed. "Now that is an idea. We must sit up there and see London from the top of the house rather than the ground." Then she gave a little cry. "Of course, we can go to the Tower of London and see London from the very top. That will certainly be an exciting lesson, and it is something I have never done." "I would like to do it too," Eric said, as if he was surprised at himself. "There are masses of things we can do," Diana told the boy. "We can pretend that they are lessons when they are really nothing of the sort. But please, I can only do it and save myself from being married if you will help me." "Of course I will help you," Eric promised. "Only we must be careful that they don't hear us talking about it." "I agree," Diana replied. "We must not tell anyone what we are doing until we have done it." "Thank you. Thank you for saving me, Eric. I have been very frightened that you might say no, and I would be turned away and have to go back to my stepfather's house." "Are you quite certain he will not know that you're here?" Eric inquired anxiously. "If he does turn up, we will have to hide you." "I'm sure you can manage to do that," Diana said. "But he must not come here. We must be very careful what we do. For instance, we must not be seen in any place like Rotten Row, where all the smart people go in the morning. I am meant to ride with them, and I will miss the horses, but one cannot have everything." "I think later," Eric suggested, "we might go to the country. My brother has really marvellous horses, and I do enjoy riding. But they made me come to London because they thought I would learn more than if I was out in the country." Diana smiled, and then she said, "That will have to be our holiday. Even a school has a holiday, and if we learn all the time, we are entitled to one." "Of course, we must have one," Eric agreed. "And I expect you can ride, and as I have just said, my brother has very fine horses." "We will have to work very hard to persuade him to allow me, the governess, to ride," Diana said, "but I feel sure that we can manage it somehow." She paused for a moment before she added, "Thank you. Thank you again for saying that you will help me, and for being so kind. I was so frightened when I came here that you would turn me away, and I would have to go home to where my horrible stepfather and that even more horrible man is waiting to marry me." "I will help you," Eric promised. "You will not tell anyone what I have told you?" "Of course not," he replied. "I cross my heart, and I promise I will help you, and you will not be found out." Diana gave a deep sigh. "Now I am really happy," she said, "and I think we should celebrate this exciting secret between us, which no one else must know about, by doing something that we will both enjoy." "That is a good idea," Eric agreed. "What do you suggest we do?" I would suggest, Diana said, that we don't tell anyone, but as soon as you are dressed and I am ready, we will say we are going into Hyde Park, but really we will go to the zoo to see the animals. Eric opened his eyes wide and gave a loud hoot of excitement. That will be really wonderful, he exclaimed. I have always wanted to see the monkeys and the tigers. So have I, Diana replied. So, hurry up and put on your coat, and I will fetch my hat. If your brother asks you where you're going, you must not tell a direct lie, but you must say you think I want to go into Hyde Park. She paused before she added, But say, if I am expecting you to count the trees as an arithmetic lesson, you will refuse to do it. Eric laughed. He was still laughing as Diana went out of the door and ran towards her own room. Chapter 4. They then left the house without anyone taking any notice except for Newman, who opened the door for them. Once they were outside and out of sight of anyone watching them, Diana said, Now, we must find a cab to drive us to the zoo. I'm sure there will be one in the next square. She was right. There were 2 cabs, and she took the small one so that there was just room for them to sit behind the driver, and she told him to go straight to the zoo. As they set off, she realized that Eric was obviously very excited at what was to him a treat that no one had had the sense to give him before. I have always been interested in the zoo, Diana said. I first read about it when I was your age, and was surprised to find it had such an adventurous history. Why is that? Eric asked. I expect you know, she began, that originally all the animals were in the moat and the pits around the Tower of London. At times, the prisoners in the tower complained bitterly about the noise the lions and tigers made roaring at night. It often kept people awake. So, that was the reason they were turned out of the Tower of London, Eric remarked. Yes, it was not until the reign of William IV, you will hardly believe it, but he bundled up the animals and took them away from the tower and into what is now called the zoo. That was a funny name for it, Eric commented. That is what I thought, she agreed. Apparently it was first called the Gardens of the Zoological Society of London, well, which of course was rather a mouthful. It does sound a very long name, Eric said. That is just what I felt when I read about it, Diana replied. Then there was a funny song which the men were singing in the streets called Walking in the Zoo. Eric stared at her. Is that why the place they keep all the animals was called the zoo? Apparently the song was very popular, so the grand long name was changed to Zoo, which was a good idea, but certainly a strange one. She thought that he was being rather intelligent, and she went on. Anyhow, we will judge for ourselves whether the animals have been given a comfortable place in the zoo, or if they would have been happier remaining at the Tower of London. They drove on, and Diana kept Eric interested by telling him about her dogs in the country, and she felt, as he kept gazing out of the window, that he was really looking forward to seeing the zoo. When they arrived, Diana handed him her purse. We will have to pay to go in, she said. It's a shilling for me and only 6pence for you. But a gentleman always pays for a lady, and not the lady for the gentleman. Therefore, you must give them the money. She saw that Eric looked surprised, but at the same time he was rather pleased at the idea. He then carefully counted out the shilling and the 6pence, which paid for both of them, and they were given tickets to proceed into the building. As Diana had anticipated, Eric was thrilled with the animals. They were, she thought, very comfortable in their pens, which had quite a large area for them to move about. There was a huge elephant called Jumbo, which thrilled Eric, especially when he found that it was possible for him to be taken for a ride on it. Diana arranged this, and she learnt that the fee for the ride was paid to the keeper, and it was left up to the customers as to how much he received. She gave Eric a shilling, which he put in his pocket and gave it to the keeper when his ride was finished. When he came down, he was very excited at having ridden on an elephant and could talk of nothing else. The people were feeding the animals with buns and biscuits that they had obviously brought with them. "Next time we come," Diana said, "we will bring something to feed them as well. I think if they have large crowds here, the animals will soon get very fat." Eric laughed. It was then that they came to the terrace, and under this was a bear pit with 3 bears. There was also a stall selling cakes, fruits and nuts which the visitors could give to the animals. A little further on was the camel house, but Eric did not seem particularly interested in these animals. His attention had been taken by some long-necked animals that he could see a little further on. They were, of course, giraffes, and Diana told Eric about a French trader in the Sudan who had been hired to go in search of giraffes. His 3 expeditions, Diana said, resulted in the capture of 8 giraffes, but half of them died of the cold. However, the remaining 4 were shipped down the Nile and were eventually taken to the zoological gardens. "They are so tall," Eric cried. "They are also very shy animals," Diana told him, "but they have been known to snatch and eat the flowers from the hats of any women who came too close to them." Eric giggled. "Then you had better make sure that you don't get too close," he warned. They walked on a little further. "What is over there?" Eric asked. "I think they are kangaroos," Diana replied. "Shall we go and see them?" "Yes, please," Eric answered excitedly. "Do you know anything about them?" "Well, I do know that there were kangaroos at Regent's Park from the very first," Diana said, "and it is believed that the kangaroo was discovered by one of Captain Cook's sailors on the eastern coast of Australia." "Was that a long time ago?" Eric asked. "Yes, it was," Diana replied, and made a mental note to tell him another day about the voyages of Captain Cook. They spent quite some time staring at the kangaroos hopping around on their huge back legs, some of them with their young in their pouches. As they walked on and turned a corner, Diana saw straight in front of them a huge building built in the style of a Swiss chalet. "Can we go in there?" Eric asked. "Well, yes, we can," Diana replied a little hesitantly, knowing that it was where the reptiles were kept. However, although she did not particularly want to see them herself, she felt that Eric should see all that there was to see. Once inside, they learnt that previously the reptiles had been housed in boxes where they were hardly visible. The snakes were in large glass-fronted cases which contained branches of trees for them to climb, and Eric was fascinated by the boa constrictor and the puff adder. After they had looked into all the glass cases, Eric pulled Diana towards the door. "Can we find some monkeys?" he asked her. "I must see some monkeys before we leave." "Of course you can," Diana answered. As they walked to the monkey house, Diana said, "Would you like to hear the story of when the Shah of Persia visited the zoo and went to see the monkeys?" "Oh, yes," Eric replied enthusiastically. "The Shah," Diana began, offered his stick to a monkey who probably thought it was a new type of nut and seized it from the Shah's grasp. "Oh dear," Eric said. "What happened then?" "Well, the monkey found that he could not eat it and indignantly ran off up a tree with it and sat grinning at the Shah. A keeper was then sent into the cage and after a great deal of trouble succeeded in getting the stick back and it was returned to its owner." "That was a very funny story," Eric grinned. "I do wish I could have seen it happen." They spent altogether nearly 3 hours in the zoo, going from pen to pen, and Diana told Eric as much as she could remember about the history of the animals. When it was after 12 o'clock, she suggested, "I think we have seen everything that is possible to see at the moment, and it would be rather fun if we went out to luncheon." "Out to luncheon?" Eric exclaimed. "How can we do that?" "Well, we have to find a small restaurant. I am sure there is one near here. You may not have such good food as you have at home, but at least it will be something new and exciting for you to do." "Of course it will be," Eric agreed. "I hated sitting at the table with a governess who was always disagreeable because I had been rude to her." "Well, we will just have to pretend that you have had plenty of lessons, otherwise they will send me away," Diana reminded him. "Oh, my brother, he must not do that," Eric exclaimed in horror. "You have brought me here, and it's the most exciting thing that I have ever done." "There will be lots more exciting things to do, if we dare to do them," Diana said. "But you must realize that we have to go to places where I will not be seen by people I know. Also, you will still have to persuade your brother that you're having lessons." "Oh, I hate lessons. I hate them," Eric cried fiercely. "I have said over and over again, I will not do them." "All the same, you have to live like a man," Diana replied, "as you are a man, and it is the men who do the accounts and who usually make the money for their family to spend." Eric thought this over, and then he said, "I expect I can learn without having a governess sitting there at the table and making me write down a lot of words I don't want to write." "Of course you can," she replied. "It is using your brain that matters. If you ask me, I think you have a very good brain." "Do you really think so?" Eric asked. "I have never really thought about my brain before." "Well, think about it now, because you enjoyed all the animals you have just seen," Diana told him. "It would not have been the same if you had never heard or read about tigers and camels and all the others we have seen this morning." She paused before she added, "I am sure, like me, you want to see them again." "Of course I do," Eric answered enthusiastically. "We will have to learn quite a bit more about them before we come here again," Diana said. "Then we will not miss anything exciting." Eric put his head on one side. "What sort of things are you thinking about?" "Well, we do know that the name of the zoo came from a funny song that the men were singing in the streets, but I would like to know where all those big lions came from, and how they caught them and brought them here to England without anyone being gobbled up." Eric laughed. "Perhaps they did gobble people up," he replied. "In that case, I think they would have thrown them off the ship. Anyway, I'm sure that you and I, Eric, can find some amusing stories about each animal." She thought for a moment before she went on. "Perhaps we will have a prize for the one who finds the best tales." "Well, that's not at all fair," Eric complained, "as you can read well, while I read slowly and rather badly." "You will soon pick it up," Diana assured him. "I love reading, but I did not see any interesting books in your room." "They're all very dull," Eric agreed. "Then, what we will do," Diana said, "is to find out the name of an amusing book about animals and somehow smuggle it in so that we will be able to laugh at the stories in it without your brother realizing that we are not doing what he think would be a proper lesson." "A proper lesson is what I have decided not to do," Eric said fiercely. "That is because they have tried to teach you in the wrong way," Diana said. "People are so stupid, and our way is much better. If we have to ask the lion why he is there, then we will ask the lion." Eric laughed. "You do say funny things," he said. "You will have to say some more serious things," Diana replied. "Otherwise, they will send me away as being a very bad governess." "I don't want them to do that," Eric asserted. They walked out of the zoo, and Diana asked the man at the door if there was a restaurant nearby where they could have luncheon. "There's one around the corner, miss," he replied. "It ain't very grand, but the food is good." Diana thanked him, and he pointed the way and told them the name of the restaurant. She was rather nervous in case it was a rowdy place where she should not go with Eric, but it proved to be quite a simple restaurant, with only a dozen tables that looked over Regent's Park. She then handed Eric the menu and read out the different dishes they could have. Diana chose one course for herself, and with a little difficulty, Eric managed to find something he wanted to eat. She did not argue with him or say that his choice seemed rather strange. She merely suggested that they had lemonade to drink, which he agreed to. They had luncheon, and she continued to talk about the zoo and how clever it had been of King William IV to move it from the Tower of London. "I tell you what I would like to do now," Diana said when they paused for breath. "What is that?" Eric asked. "I would love to go to the top of the Tower of London and see London from what I am sure is the highest place possible." "I would like to do so too," Eric agreed. "We can do that tomorrow. We can also see where the poor animals were before they were moved. In fact, I am certain that we will say they ought to put up a statue to King William. I don't suppose they know who it was who moved them to where they are now, but I think it's so lucky that we can see them so closely and be able to recognize every animal we see in it." "You are quite right, Eric, and it is very clever of you to think that. I had no idea until I saw the elephants today that they were so big or that there was so much room on their backs." "I thought the crocodiles had bigger mouths than I expected them to have," Eric said. "Yes, they were very impressive too. We must look up in a book where they are most likely to be found and see if there are any pictures of them." "That's a good idea," Eric exclaimed. "But I don't expect there is a book like that in the room where I am." "Then we will have to look amongst your brother's books," Diana suggested. "I am certain that he will have something interesting amongst his, and he will not object to us borrowing the books we want." "He will be surprised if I want any," Eric pointed out. "I refused to even try to read the books they gave me, so the governesses all said that I was hopeless." "I will find you books that are so exciting," Diana promised, "that you will never want to put them down until you have finished them." Before he could say, as she was sure he was going to, that he did not want to read any books, she added, "I was reading a book the other night, and the man was just being threatened by thieves who wanted to take away his gold. Then I had to run away, and as I did not bring the book with me, I will never know what he did." Eric smiled. "We will just have to guess, and then you find the book again. You can see if you were right or wrong." "I did not think of that," Diana said. "I lay awake last night, wondering if the man had managed to escape." "I expect he did," Eric replied. Then he asked for another helping of the dish he was eating. As they finished their luncheon, Diana slipped her purse into his hand under the table. "As I have already told you," she said, "gentlemen always pay for ladies, so you must ask the man for the bill and make sure that you also give him a tip." "How much do I have to give him?" Eric asked. "It depends on the bill. I will whisper the amount to you when you show me how much it is." Eric raised his hand, and the waiter who had been attending to them came to the table. "May I have the bill, please?" Eric asked politely. The man looked surprised and turned to Diana. She nodded her head, and he understood that he was to agree to Eric's request, and he hurried away to get it. "This is a very nice place," Eric commented. "It is so much more fun lunching here than at home. Especially when I had a horrible governess with me who would cut up everything I ate as if I was a baby." "She must have been a really silly woman," Diana said. "But I found lots of my governesses were like that. I never thought I would become one myself." "But you are not a real governess," Eric replied. "A real governess would not have taken me out to the zoo. She would have made me sit at the table and add up my fingers or write out what she had read to me." "Oh, it sounds terribly dull," Diana answered. "I would certainly be bored. So, we must think of things which will amuse us both. Like the zoo, for instance. Neither of us can pretend that we were not amused by that." "I thought it was absolutely spiffing," Eric said, and I want to go back again." Diana smiled. "So do I, and I love animals, and I cannot wait to see the horses your brother has in the country." "They are nice horses. I was not allowed to ride the big ones which belonged to Anthony, and I was not given a dog of my own after the one I had bit a governess when she tried to make me get up and do my lessons. So the dog was taken away from me." "Oh, that was unfair," Diana exclaimed. "He was only protecting you." "That's what I thought, but no one would listen." "I think it would be lovely to go to the country as soon as possible," Diana proposed. She was thinking of herself and how it would be a great mistake for her stepfather to spot her in the streets of London, or for one of her friends to do so. She had actually brought with her, when she left in such a big hurry, a pair of dark glasses that her mother had worn the last summer before she died, because the sun was very bright and her eyes hurt her. Diana looked around the restaurant when they entered it, and if there had been anyone in it she had seen before and would be likely to recognize her, she would have slipped on her glasses. "You are looking very serious," Eric said. "Are you worried?" "I was just thinking," Diana said, "that I would like to go to the country. As you know, I am hiding, and I'm terrified that someone I know will see me in London and tell my stepfather where I am, in which case I will have to leave you for—" "Oh, you must not do that," Eric interrupted her. "I like being with you, and there are so many more things for us to see." "Of course there are," Diana agreed. "Tomorrow we will go to the Tower of London, but I think it would be a mistake for you to say anything about the country to your brother until we have spent 2 or 3 days in London learning in our way, not his." She hesitated before she added, "Then maybe he will be agreeable for us to go to the country. I want more than anything else to be on a horse." "I want to ride one too," Eric said excitedly. "A real horse, not the small pony they gave me when I was there last." "Why did you come away?" Diana asked him. "My brother said I have to have a governess, and he could not find one in the country." "Well, now he has found me," Diana replied. "But please be very careful, otherwise he will send me away for not teaching you the proper lessons you ought to learn." "You must not go," he protested at once, "and that horrible man you say is your stepfather must not find you. And you are hiding me, and I am relying on you. He will never suspect for a moment that I am pretending to be a governess, so he will be looking for me at parties, and of course writing to my relations to see if I am staying with them." "Well, we must be careful," Eric said, "that he does not see you. I don't suppose he will be at the Tower of London if we go there." "Of course not," Diana replied, "and that is where we will go tomorrow morning, and when we are standing high up on the battlements, we will then be able to see all of London and the River Thames." "Oh, it sounds very exciting," Eric said, "but we must not forget the zoo." "As long as we are in London, we will go and see one new place every day," Diana promised. "Then we will see them perhaps twice before we persuade your brother to let us go to where I am quite certain that I would be the safest, which is in your house in the country." Eric smiled at her. "We will have to be very clever," he said, "to get what we want. But then, I have never managed before to have anything I wanted." "I think, perhaps, you tackled them the wrong way," Diana suggested. At that moment the waiter brought back the bill. He hesitated just for a moment, and then as Diana deliberately turned away from him, he put it down in front of Eric. It was not at all expensive. Their 2 luncheons had only cost 5 shillings each, with their drinks another 6pence each. Eric looked at the bill very carefully, and then he looked sideways at Diana. As he was talking so long about it, the waiter turned to open the door for some people who were leaving, and she said quickly to Eric, "Give him 12 shillings. 1 shilling will be his tip, and you must admit that we had a good luncheon, and he served us very well." Eric proceeded to count out the money carefully, which was in small coins. The waiter picked the pile up, and realizing that the extra money was a tip, he said, "Thank you very much, sir." "We both enjoyed our luncheon," Diana told him. "I hope you will come again, madam," the waiter said. "We always have a change of menu once a week." "Then we hope to be with you again very shortly," Diana answered. When they were outside, Eric handed Diana her purse, and she put it into her handbag. "I suppose we ought to go home," she said, "but I think it will be rather fun to look at some of the shops. I can see that there are quite a number in this street, and there might be something we both want." "I want a lot of things," Eric said, "but whenever I mention it to my brother, he says that I can only have it when I can show him a page of my lessons. As I refused to do so, I have been unable to do any shopping." "Well, we can very easily manage a page about the zoo," Diana suggested, "which should interest him. I will have you spell the names of all the animals, and if he thinks you have spelled elephant and crocodile properly, he will be very impressed." Eric laughed. "That is true," he agreed. "But are we really going to tell him that we've been to the zoo? He will not think that a lesson." "Of course it's a lesson," Diana exclaimed. "You learnt how the zoo got its name in the reign of William IV, and that is a part of history. So, it is a history lesson. As you paid us to go in, and then paid for our luncheon, that is today's arithmetic lesson." Eric stared at her for a moment. Then he clapped his hands and jumped for joy. "You are wonderful, really wonderful," he cried. "Of course Anthony will believe it, and it's true, is it not? Now tell me, in case you forget, what is the name of the king who took the animals from the tower and put them in the zoo?" Diana asked him. Eric thought for a moment, and then he said, "King William IV. "Very good," Diana told him. "Full marks for that." They both laughed. "I have to say that your lessons are very strange ones," Eric said. "But then you must not say so," Diana reminded him hurriedly. "I am being quite truthful, because I never tell a lie if I can help it, that you have had a history and an arithmetic lesson today, and if you write down the names of the animals, I am really sure that your brother will be very impressed and want me to stay." "Oh, please, you must not go," Eric said. "I have never had such fun as we have had today." "Then let's celebrate by buying something we both want. I will buy you a present, and later, when you have your pocket money, you can buy me one." "Pocket money?" Eric cried. "But I never get any." "Then you must have some in the future, because I will see to it. Of course, at your age, you should have 2 or 3 shillings a week, which I am sure that your brother can afford." "If he can, he has never said it to me," Eric replied. "Well, I am saying that you can give me a present when you have your pocket money, and I will give you a present because you are one of the best pupils a governess could have." Eric jumped up and down excitedly. They went into the nearest shop, which turned out to have almost everything in it, including some books. "I think it would be rather fun to buy one about the zoo," Diana whispered to Eric. She bought a book that was not too expensive, and then she persuaded Eric to have what looked like an intriguing puzzle. Although he hesitated, she thought it would be good for his brain, and it might be rather fun, especially as they had no idea what it would turn out to be. They therefore bought it without asking. Then the shopkeeper inquired, "Do you know what this puzzle shows?" Diana shook her head. "It is to be a surprise," she said, "so don't tell us, otherwise it will not be an exciting challenge for us to put it together and see if we do it correctly." "That's the spirit," he answered her. "Most people don't have the sense to do just that. They just looks at the puzzle, takes it to bits, then makes it up again." "Well, that seems to me very stupid," Diana said. "We want it to be a surprise for us, as well as to everyone else." "I just wish you'd persuade my customers that's the way to buy it," the shopkeeper told them. "They're all too frightened I'm selling them a pig in a poke." "Well, I'm sure you would never do that," Diana replied. He smiled at her. She paid for the book and the puzzle, and when they were outside, Eric said, "Thank you very much for my present, but are you sure that you can afford it? The last governess I had was always complaining, when she was not moaning about me, that she was not paid enough for the work she had to do." "Perhaps you made it difficult for her," Diana said, "but I have enjoyed being with you, and if all our lessons are as much fun as this one has been, I will enjoy them as much as you do." "Do you really think that the zoo was a lesson?" Eric asked. "I said that I will not do lessons, but I did not mean that sort of lesson." "Of course you didn't. We're going to write a book of how to enlarge one's brain and enjoy it at the same time." Eric giggled. "Are you really going to do that?" he asked. "I might do," Diana replied, "and perhaps you will help me. You never know what we might do from one day to another, but today you have to admit that it has been different from other days." "What has happened has not really been a lesson," Eric said. "Certainly not the lessons they have tried to give me." "Well, we will both be very clear if your brother questions me. I will say you have had an excellent history lesson, and you never made a mistake with the problems I put in front of you in the arithmetic lesson." "That is clever of you," Eric told her. "He will be so pleased that there will be no need to tell him anything more." "Of course not," Diana agreed. "But what we do and where we go is a strict secret between you and me. Then tomorrow we will go to the Tower of London, not to improve your mind, but mine." She paused before she added, "I think it is a mistake that, although I have been in London several times, I have never seen all of the city, as I believe you can see it from the tower." Eric gave a skip and a jump. "I will like that. I will like it very much," he said. "I must read up about it," Diana replied, "so I hope that one of the books you have says something about the tower." "If it is not among my books," Eric answered, "you can look in Anthony's library. I have never done so myself, but I'm sure that he has books about everything." "You will enjoy them one day as much as he does," Diana told him. "There are books, and there are books, and what they have given you are the dull ones, but the rest are absolutely thrilling, and I am sure that you will soon read as quickly as I do." "I would rather listen to you," Eric said, "and it is less trouble than trying to read." "That is a compliment I appreciate," Diana retorted. "But when I am not around, it is no use sitting and twiddling your thumbs. It will be much more interesting to read a book, especially an exciting one, when you are not quite sure whether the hero and heroine will be alive at the end of it, or captured by enemies, or eaten up by tigers. They don't give me that type of book." "Well, I will see that you have them," Diana promised. "Even if it means buying some of them, although the best stories are never as cheap as the bad ones." Eric laughed again and slipped his hand into hers. "You make everything such fun," he said. "I do like you being with me. Please don't run away from me." "I will stay as long as you want me, but we have to be careful. I am afraid of my stepfather finding me, and also afraid that your brother will think I am the most inadequate teacher you have ever had." "I will tell him I am learning lots and lots," Eric said quickly. "He will believe me because, with the other governesses, I said I would not listen to anything they said, or do anything they told me to do." "Oh, that was rather cruel of you," Diana reprimanded him. "I expect the poor women went away crying." "No, they did not," Eric replied. "They usually left slamming the door and moaning that I was impossible. I wanted to shout that they were impossible too." "Perhaps they were," Diana laughed. "But women always love receiving compliments, so as you are a man, you have to tell them that they are clever even if they are stupid, and they are pretty even if they are ugly." Eric grinned and said, "I think you are very pretty, and that is the truth." "Well, thank you," Diana replied with a smile. "That is the sort of compliment I will treasure and remember when I am frightened." "I will certainly stop anyone frightening you," Eric exclaimed. "If they come to the house saying nasty things about you, I will hit them, or perhaps shoot them with one of Antony's guns." "Now you are making me feel happy," Diana said. "Thank you for being so kind to me. I really mean that." By this time, they had walked quite a long way, and she thought that it was time they both went home. She therefore hailed the next hansom cab. When she stepped into it, she told Eric to tell the driver where he was to go, and when he climbed in beside her, he said, "This is so much more fun than walking all the way back. The last governess used to walk me until my legs ached." "Oh, I don't like my legs aching either," Diana agreed. "So we will take a cab when it's a long distance, as it is today." "I like riding a cab," Eric enthused, "but they are very slow compared with the horses that Antony has in the country." He sighed before he added, "They will not let me ride them, but they are ever so fast." "When we go to the country, which I do hope we will soon," Diana replied, "I will persuade them to let you ride a big horse." Eric looked at her wide-eyed. "Would you really?" he asked. Yes, I promise you. You are 11 years old, and I am sure that you can easily manage a horse if it has been well trained, even if it is bigger than you are used to." Eric drew in his breath. "Then we must travel to the country as soon as we can," he cried. "I hoped you would say that, and I have a feeling, although I may be wrong, that your brother is only staying here in London because he is worried about you and your education." There was silence for a moment, and then Eric said, "I heard him say to someone that he could not find teachers who wanted to go to the country, and if they did, because I was so naughty, they would not stay anyway." Diana smiled. "Well then, we have to persuade him that I will not only stay if we move to the country, but I have masses of lessons in mind that you can do there, and do them perhaps much better than you can in London." Eric gave a jump for joy. "Of course, that is what we must say. I'm sure my brother will agree. He likes the country, and he was only saying yesterday that London costs him far too much when he is hard up." "Do you know why he is so hard up?" Diana asked. "I did not know at first," Eric replied, "but it seems that he put his money into something that he said had gone down. I think it means it has broken down, and so it's not paying him anything." "You are absolutely right, and it is extremely clever of you," Diana praised him. "It means that he has put his money into a business that has gone bankrupt, and so the money has been lost. It is something that my father did, and was very disagreeable when he heard that he was poorer than he had been before. That is what I think has happened to Antony." "It is so astute of you to work it out, and of course we must help him," Diana replied. "I think it would be a good idea to go to the country, and he could save money that way." She paused before she went on. "You and I can enjoy all the horses and, of course, be able to swim if you have a river near you." "We have a lake," Eric told her, "and I can swim like a fish." Diana smiled. "Well, as far as I am concerned, you can swim and swim, but you will have to count the times you have been backwards and forwards across the lake, and that will be your arithmetic lesson." Eric gazed at her. "I like your lessons," he said. "They are fun. All the lessons they have tried to teach me before were so boring that I refused to do any of them." "If you say that when I am trying so hard to teach you," Diana told him, "they will send me away." "I promise I will do what you ask me to do," Eric replied. "If it is as good as it has been today, we will do it 2 or 3 times, or 100 times if you want. I think you are most intelligent, and by the time you grow up, you will be making thousands and thousands of pounds, enough to pay for everything, just because you are clever enough to find a way to do it. When I do, I will then buy you the most enormous present I can buy," Eric promised. "As big as an elephant." I will find it difficult to lead an elephant around with me. Perhaps you could give me a dog. That is what I would really like. I will buy you dozens of dogs, and I will look after every one of them myself. Then that is what we will now aim for, Diana said. But first, we have to make the money, and it will require clever brains to do so. We will try, Eric exclaimed. She thought as they drove on through the streets of London that at least it was 1 foot in the right direction. Chapter 5. As they drew near to Mayfair and Diana suddenly realised where they were, she opened her handbag and took out her dark glasses. She put them on her nose while Eric stared at her. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Because someone might recognise me. Then they would tell my stepfather that they had seen me." "Perhaps you had better sit down a bit lower," Eric said. "I could not bear you to go away now." Diana did as he suggested, and suddenly he said, "I have just thought of something." "What is it?" Diana inquired. "I should not allow you to pay for the zoo and for the carriage we went in and for this one which is taking us home." As an afterthought he added, "Most governesses would not have the money." "You're quite right," Diana agreed. "Perhaps you would ask your brother, because it would be uncomfortable for me if he would pay me what it costs." "How much has it all cost?" Eric asked her. "I thought perhaps you might remember," she said, "as I am terrible at figures. It would be marvellous if you could do so, and then I should not feel embarrassed." She lowered her voice as she continued. "As you well know, I have never been a governess before, so I am not quite certain how much I can spend." "I am quite sure," Eric answered, "that a governess should not spend her own money, especially when it was so enjoyable for me." "Well, I suggest that you write it all down for him. Then intimate, tactfully, of course, that in future you have money in your own pocket so that you can pay for things as we go." "That is an excellent idea. I used to have pocket money every week, but when I kept sending the governess away, Anthony was angry with me and did not give me any more." "Well, he cannot be angry now, as we will explain to him that this was a history and an arithmetic lesson, even if they were taken in rather strange places." "I would think perhaps that he will understand what we're doing," Eric replied. "At the same time, you never know with the grown-ups. They make silly rules when you least expect it." "I'm sure he will not make silly rules over this, and in future he will give you enough money for you to pay for everything. As you say rightly, it's money being spent on your education, and I am sure he will appreciate it." She laughed to herself and thought that it was a good step forward that Eric was thinking of other people rather than himself. She was certain that the governesses he had before had never had the sense of appealing to his masculine pride instead of treating him as a stubborn and difficult child. When they finally reached the house, Eric paid the cab driver with money from Diana's purse. She was sure that he was making a note of it to put on the list for his brother. However, as Newman opened the front door, Eric jumped ahead of him and cried out, "What do you think, Newman? I have been riding an elephant, a very big elephant, and I am sure you have never ridden one." No, I haven't, Master Eric," Newman then replied. "But I'd guess that was what amused you at the zoo, and what I'd like to see myself." "You must go, and take Mrs. Newman with you," Eric told him. "It's a wonderful place, and I want to go back there." He did not wait for a reply, but ran up the stairs. Newman smiled at Diana. "It seems it's been a success," he said. "I've never known the young gentleman come back from a walk with his governess without looking sour and miserable." "I enjoyed the zoo as well," Diana admitted. "If you ask me, it was very clever to have moved it from the Tower of London into the big space it is in now." Newman agreed with her. Then she went up the stairs to find Eric sitting at the table, writing down the money they had spent. I just cannot remember how much the hansom cab cost when we drove to the zoo, he said. Oh, I'm very stupid about money, Diana replied. I always forget what I have spent. But I think it was 3 shillings or something like that. Well, the one coming back was 3 shillings and 6pence, Eric replied. That is what I've written down on the list I'm giving to Anthony. Diana was so delighted that he was taking so much trouble. Her eyes twinkled, but she did not say anything. She merely took off her hat and then sat down in a chair as if she was exhausted. I expect that Newman will bring us tea, she said. We had an excellent luncheon, and I'm not hungry, but as it is rather hot, I would like something to drink. Shall I go down and tell Newman that we would like lemonade for tea rather than tea? Eric asked her. Oh, that would be kind of you, Diana said, but I don't want to make any trouble. It will be far less trouble than making tea, Eric pointed out. He was gone before she could answer. She thought that she was being very astute, and he was a charming boy with very good manners. He had just been treated badly by the stupid women who called themselves governesses, who bullied the child they were teaching. When he came back, she thanked him for being so considerate. Without having to be prompted, he sat down at the table and finished writing out, in a rather unsteady way, the account of the day's expenditure. I would hope that your brother will not think we are being extravagant, Diana said as if she was worried. Oh, I expect he spends far more on the racecourse, which he enjoys, Eric answered. Someone, I think it was one of my governesses, said that they were very expensive and the haunts of the devil. Diana laughed. I think the devil has far more important things to do than worry about race meetings, but I know that some people do disapprove of them. I would really love to go to a race meeting, Eric replied, but my brother has never taken me. I want to see the horses racing, and when I am older, ride one myself. Well, you will have to work very hard and ride very well, Diana told him. What is more, it is important for you to be extremely fit. Eric stared at her. What do you mean by that? He asked her. I mean, you must make yourself strong by taking exercises every day. In the country, it is easy because you can ride every day, but right here in London, unless I am mistaken, you have hardly been out of the house. I did not want to go for walks in Hyde Park with a governess who lectured me all the time because I had not done my lessons properly. Forget them, she retorted. I am your governess now, and we will do all the things to make you strong and well. I will talk to your brother about it, and perhaps he will take you with him to Hyde Park. She thought as she spoke that it was the one place she must not go. If she did not see her stepfather there, she would undoubtedly see some of his friends appearing with all the smart women in Rotten Row, and hoping to be asked to a party where he would meet them. One of the reasons he wanted to be so rich was so that he could make enough money to be able to entertain and impress the grand people he thought were much more important in his life than his own circle of friends. She was well aware that her stepfather had never spoken about his childhood, and he had been vague about all the relations wherever her mother had mentioned them or suggested meeting them. Although she had never said so, Diana was certain that they were rather dreary people, who would doubtless be thought somewhat common by the aristocrats who had frequented the parties her mother gave to her stepfather's satisfaction once they were in London. I hate him, Diana said fervently to herself. Then she thought, as her hatred was caused by fear, now that she had run away, she must be very careful not to come into contact with him. Eric finished writing down the money that they had spent, and when he handed it to Diana, she said, That is very clever of you. Go and give it to your brother when he comes back. I'm sure that he will be most impressed. I hope I have added it up correctly. I'm sure you have. Tell him I did not ask for the money, but you realized that I should not have to pay for everything. I will also tell him I have ridden an elephant. Eric left the room, and she heard him hurrying down the stairs. She walked over to the window and stood gazing out blindly at the small garden below. She was thinking that, while she had escaped from her stepfather just for the moment, she could not expect to spend forever eluding him. Sooner or later, however hard she may try, he was bound to find her. Perhaps, after a year had gone by, the man he had in mind to be her husband would have found someone else. Then she could go back to her usual ordinary life and spend as much time as possible with her relations. All the same, it did not seem very easy. She felt that sooner or later, whether she could trust her stepfather or not, she would have to go back to her own world instead of being a little more than a superior servant who was paid for what she did. It was some time before Eric came back to what Diana thought of as the schoolroom. He was smiling happily as he put 2 5-pound notes into Diana's hand. "What are these for?" she asked in astonishment. "My brother says that they're to pay for everything that happened and the rest for what we need tomorrow, and when we have spent it all, you are to ask him for more." "Well, that is very kind of him," Diana replied. "Was he pleased that we had been to the zoo?" "He was delighted when I told him it was a history lesson," Eric replied. "Then he laughed when I told him that I had paid for luncheon with your money, and it was your money that paid for the cabs, and it was my arithmetic lesson." Eric paused for a moment, and then he said, "He thought you were very kind, and was pleased I had written down what we had spent for him to read." "I thought that he would be," Diana answered. "I'm sure, as you have been so clever in writing it down for him, and for telling him it has taught you a lesson, he will want you to go to the Tower and anywhere else in London that takes your fancy." "I want you to think of lots and lots of places that we can visit," Eric said. "Oh, and I forgot to put down the book and the puzzle you bought me. You must take it from the 2 notes." "That was a present from me to you," Diana said, "because you have been so kind to me." She dropped her voice before she asked him in a whisper, "You did not tell your brother that I wore glasses because I did not want to be seen?" No, of course not," Eric replied. "He must not know that you're running away." "You are right," Diana agreed. "He might think it is duty to tell my stepfather where I am, and then I would have to leave you, or else run away and hide with someone else." "You are not to leave me," Eric implored her. Diana smiled at him. "Thank you. You are so kind to me, and I am so glad that I told you the truth of how frightened I am." "I will protect you," Eric volunteered at once.
När Emily öppnade sitt Amazon-paket var det som att världen stannade. De här brusreducerande hörlurarna ger många timmars speltid till ett pris som låter som ljuv musik. 5 stjärnor från Emily. Hörlurar, airfryers och allt du kan tänka dig. Hitta topprankade produkter till priser du kommer älska på amazon.se idag.
They were not able to talk for very long because a footman appeared saying that Eric's bath was ready, and he had been told by Mr. Newman that he was to help him dry himself before he brought up his supper. Diana thought that Newman was being very tactful, and she would thank him if he came upstairs. Eric had gone for his bath, and she was reading one of the newspapers that the footman had brought and put on the table for her. Then Newman came in with the evening newspaper in his hand. "Thought you'd like this, miss," he stated. "I was also asked to give you his lordship's compliments, and he hopes you'll have dinner with him as he's here alone tonight." Diana raised her eyebrows. She was quite certain from what she had heard that previous governesses had never been invited to have their dinner downstairs. It was, however, an opportunity that she had no intention of refusing. "How very kind of Lord Clayton. Please tell him I should be delighted to dine with him," she replied. "He's that pleased," Newman added in a low voice, "that the young gentleman has had such a happy day with you. As I says to the missus, it's real clever of this new governess to think of going off to the zoo, so why didn't anyone else think of it before?" "What did your wife say?" Diana asked. She said rude things about them governesses, and women in particular. She's always been, as I calls it, a man's woman. Well, I'm very glad that his lordship is pleased with Master Eric, Diana said, and he certainly enjoyed himself. At the same time, he has learnt a great deal about zoos, and so have I. I have never been to one before. And I've not been to one yet, Newman replied. But after what I've just heard, me and the missus will go the first time we get a day off. I am sure you will be thrilled at what you see, Diana told him. She paused before she asked, What time do you have dinner tonight? 8 o'clock, miss, and it'd be a mistake to be late. You'd best be down at 10 minutes to 8, and I'll put a bottle of champagne in the ice bucket. Oh, now you're spoiling me, Diana protested. Let me tell you, it is a drink I greatly enjoy. Then stay where you are, and don't you go running away, Newman said. Now we've found you, we're all frightened of losing you. That's a fact. I have no wish to lose you either, but I feel sure that Simpson will be very tactful and discreet, and never let anyone know where I have gone. He was so right in saying that I would be safe and happy with you. That's what I likes to hear, Newman replied. He then disappeared, obviously to tell Lord Clayton that she would be dining with him. Diana smiled to herself as she went to Eric's room to say good night to him. She was certain that none of the other governesses who had been tried and proved a complete failure had been honoured by an invitation to have dinner with his lordship. Eric was already in bed, and Diana was amused to see that he had a large teddy bear beside him. Here is something new, she said as she sat down on the bed, and you have not introduced me yet. This is Ronnie, Eric said, and he's been with me for 3 years. Diana held out her hand. I'm very pleased to meet you, Ronnie, she said. I only wish I had my teddy bear with me, whose name is Camellia. That is a very difficult name, Eric remarked. I know that Ronnie would love to meet her. I hope they will indeed meet one day, Diana said. Have you said your prayers, Eric? There was silence for a moment, and then Eric said, When Mamma was alive, I remember her saying my prayers when I went to bed, but I was very small and now I don't remember them. I think we ought to thank God for having such a lovely time at the zoo, Diana said. After all, if he had not put the idea into my head, I might merely have taken you for a walk. And, as it is, we had a lovely time, and I am sure it is God or one of the angels who suggested we should go to the Tower of London tomorrow. Then, of course, we must thank him, Eric said after a pause. But I'm not certain how. Shall I say it for tonight? Diana suggested. And you say Amen. Then tomorrow night you'll be able to say the prayer, and I will say Amen. Eric put his hands together and closed his eyes. Diana then said a very simple prayer, thanking God for how they had spent such an interesting and intriguing day. Then she said another prayer that her mother had taught her to say at night when she was young. Gentle Jesus, Shepherd, hear me. Bless thy little lamb tonight. Through the darkness be thou near me. Keep me safe till morning light. When Eric then said Amen quietly and opened his eyes, Diana said, I am sure that the angels were helping us today, and before you go to sleep, ask them to help us tomorrow. We don't want any trouble to stop us from having these wonderful lessons, which are different from anyone else's. She paused before she said, So good night, Eric, and I will thank God as you have for such an exciting day, and then don't forget to put Jumbo into your secret prayers before you go to sleep. I won't forget Jumbo, Eric promised sleepily. Then good night, and may the angels all watch over you. Without thinking, Diana bent forward to kiss him, and just for a moment he seemed surprised. Then he put his arms around her neck and hugged her. You are such a wonderful, wonderful governess, he said, and I have learnt more today than I have ever learnt before." "I have learnt a little too," Diana told him. "So very good night, and God bless you." She kissed him affectionately, and again he hugged her. As she walked to the door, there were tears in her eyes. She thought that, after all, it was rather sad when a little boy who was so young and had no one to love him, as his mother must have done. It was obvious when he was being difficult that he was pining for love, and understanding that only his mother could give him. Diana went to her room and put on one of her pretty but rather simple evening dresses. It revealed the perfect proportions of her slim body and the whiteness of her skin. She arranged her hair and thought, considering that she had not had a lady's maid to arrange her hair for her for the last day or two, it did not look at all dishevelled, and this was because it was naturally curly. As she took a second glance at herself in the mirror, she decided at once that she did not look in the least like a governess. But she was sure that this would not occur to Lord Clayton. After all, he had engaged her as a governess, and as this had been so far successful, he was not likely to become unnaturally inquisitive about her. She was, of course, well aware that Newman was surprised that she had been asked to dinner in the dining room. Equally, she was certain that he would not tell Lord Clayton that she was escaping from her stepfather. He therefore believed that she was a governess to whom he was obviously giving a special commendation for her treatment of his brother. At 8:10, she went slowly downstairs. She saw from the expression on the footmen's faces as she passed them in the hall that she was looking not only different from what they expected, but very smart. Newman was waiting outside the study and opened the door to announce, "Miss Dixon, my lord." Lord Clayton rose from the chair in which he was sitting reading the newspapers. "Good evening to you, Miss Dixon," he said. "I am wanting to congratulate you, and it is Newman's suggestion that we should celebrate you having taken the first fence in such a brilliant manner, and I am exceedingly grateful." Diana laughed. "This fence was not as high as I expected it to be, my lord," she answered. "All I can say is that I think your brother is a delightful little boy who has only been difficult with people who don't understand that he was missing his mother more than anything else." "I thought perhaps that might be the reason," Lord Clayton replied. "At the same time, I had no idea how I could change things. But I think you are entitled to drink a glass of champagne, while I do so too. Congratulating you and being most impressed by what I might say is an almost instantaneous success." "Thank you, my lord, and actually I have enjoyed today's lessons as much as Eric has." "The zoo is certainly somewhere I should go and visit myself," Lord Clayton declared. "In fact, we could perhaps take a party there at some time." She was about to agree when she remembered that his lordship's friends could be extremely dangerous. "I promised Eric," she said, "that we should go to the Tower of London tomorrow, and I have been hoping, perhaps unnecessarily, that you would soon wish to go to the country." "As a matter of fact, I had actually planned going tomorrow," Lord Clayton replied. "But if you and Eric come with me, it will be far more enjoyable for me, and also, I think, for Eric." He paused for a moment, and then he said, "The reason that I'm going there is to purchase some new horses, which will be taken to the castle tomorrow morning." "I think that is a wonderful idea," Diana enthused. She had been thinking while she was dressing that they had been most fortunate in not having met anyone at the zoo who recognized her. She had met so many people one way or another in London, and quite a lot of older women had children who they would take to the zoo at one time or another. It had just been lucky that there was no one, she was sure, of any consequence there today. Aloud, she said, "Oh, do let Eric and me come with you tomorrow. We could easily go to the Tower of London when we come back. It was just one of my special lessons, which of course will not run away." "I think it has been brilliant of you," Lord Clayton said, "to have made Eric so enthusiastic and excited by everything he has seen and done." He smiled as he added, He has told me that you had made him pay the entrance money for the zoo and for the luncheon, and that was an arithmetic lesson, and he was prepared to do lessons of that sort at any time that you suggested it." Diana laughed. "It seems to me that the governesses you employed previously, and I gather there were a number of them, had no imagination. I well remember as a child being very imaginative myself, and therefore I expect other people to be imaginative too. I can hardly believe that you have transformed my difficult and tiresome brother in one day into a young man who is interested in history, and in a few hours has learned a great deal about the zoo and its animals. I believe that it is a great achievement, and will be appreciated not only by us, but in all the centuries that lie ahead of us," Diana said. "It has certainly thrilled my brother, and the mere fact that he has ridden on an elephant will, I think, make him want to travel as I always have wanted to do." He paused before he added, "He will want to visit the country where elephants are born, and learn about the people who own them." "I think that you are moving rather too quickly, my lord," she said, "but it is what I have in mind." "I thought it would be," he replied with a smile. Suddenly, the door opened, and Newman announced, "Dinner is served, my lord." Diana rose from the sofa and put down her glass. To her surprise, Lord Clayton put out his arm, and she put her hand into it. He led her through the door and down the passage towards the dining room. She could not help smiling to herself, feeling that no other governess had been treated in such a way. As she was seated on his lordship's right, Newman and a footman began bringing in the dishes. She thought that she was very grateful to Simpson, who had taken her to such a charming and delightful hiding place. She greatly enjoyed the dinner, which was very well cooked, and more than anything she appreciated the lively conversation. It was mostly about horses, and she realized as she talked to Lord Clayton that he loved his thoroughbreds above everything. "I want you to see my castle," he said. "It is very old and has been in the family for centuries. But it is sadly in need of a great deal being done to it. But unfortunately, at the moment, I cannot afford it." "But you can afford your horses?" "Some of them," he replied. "But what is breaking my heart, although I don't really want to talk about it, is that I have to dispose of my racehorses." "Why must you do that, my lord?" Diana asked. "Simply because I just don't have enough money to keep them," Lord Clayton explained. Thinking back on how much her father and mother had suffered until William Walker had come to the rescue, she could understand exactly what he was feeling. When dinner was over, they then talked about the English breeds of horses, which had recently been, Diana learnt, a great success on the continent. When they next moved to the drawing-room where Newman had put the coffee for them, Lord Clayton said, "It is not only hard for me to part with my horses, but I also have to sell some treasures which I hate to part with, but which I must do if I am to keep the castle open, let alone this house in London, which in itself is taking a great deal more than I can afford." Diana knew exactly what he was feeling, because she had heard it all from her father. Now, as they sat down in the attractive drawing-room, Lord Clayton said, "I suppose, although you are intelligent, you know nothing about stocks and shares. I wish that I could find someone to help me, because if I sell shares, which I have no wish to do, I am certain that they will spring ahead the moment my back is turned, and I will deeply regret it." There was silence for a moment, and then he said, "I suppose I should really dispose of this house. I have only kept it because my brother must be educated, and I was told that it was more difficult to find governesses or teachers in the country than it is in London." "That is true," Diana agreed, "but this governess would love to go to the country, and perhaps you could let this house for a good sum, particularly during the season." "That is a good idea," Lord Clayton replied. "I did not think of that. Are you as clever at stocks and shares as you are at everything else?"
När Emily öppnade sitt Amazon-paket var det som att världen stannade. De här brusreducerande hörlurarna ger många timmars speltid till ett pris som låter som ljuv musik. 5 stjärnor från Emily. Hörlurar, airfryers och allt du kan tänka dig. Hitta topprankade produkter till priser du kommer älska på amazon.se idag.
Actually, I had decided on my way back here tonight that I would sell my Clipfort shares, of which I have quite a number. Diana stiffened. Did you say Clipfort? She questioned. Yes, he replied. I was advised 2 years ago to buy them, but they have not paid a good dividend. As I have a lot of them, they will tide me over for a little while, at any rate. For a moment, Diana was still. She could remember all too clearly her stepfather saying to her, "You are a very lucky girl, and you ought to be very grateful to me. Some of the shares I gave your mother, especially those of Clipfort, have moved very little in the last 2 years, but I am giving you even more of them, for the simple reason that at the end of this year, and I am told this confidentially by those who really do know, they are going to rise enormously." He paused before he added, "But it is being kept a secret until the last moment. Otherwise there will be a great rush for the shares." She had not listened very carefully because she so disliked her stepfather. She knew that he was only giving her extra money because he wanted to meet many more of her friends, and to almost force her to entertain in London while she was still in black and mourning for her mother. Now she said to Lord Clayton, in what she thought was a quiet and sensible voice, "I have, as a matter of fact, some knowledge of the Clipfort shares that I should not impart to any other person except for yourself." Lord Clayton was staring at her, and Diana went on. "I do have special knowledge about these particular shares, and I am told, although you must not repeat what I have said, that they will explode at the end of the year, and in fact, they will make a tremendous advance, and the result will be a fortune for anyone who possesses them. But you must not talk about it, my lord." "How could you possibly know all this?" he asked in astonishment. Diana smiled. "That is a question I cannot answer, but I promise it comes from a very reliable source. Whatever else you sell, you must hang on to these particular shares." "I will certainly do so after what you have told me," Lord Clayton assured her. "You can trust me to keep the knowledge to myself, and myself alone." He smiled before he said, "Of course, you shall benefit when the time comes, because you have helped me." "I think I have already benefited by you employing me at this moment," Diana replied, "and thank you very much for doing so, my lord." "I think myself you must have dropped down from heaven. I must say, it is extraordinary that with a touch of your wand, or perhaps if you are an angel, it is one of the stars you have transformed in no time at all, my difficult brother into a charming young man." He paused before he added, "As far as I can see, he is eager to learn more than he has learnt in the last 5 years. "Oh, not as long as that, surely," Diana exclaimed. "Very nearly. In fact, from the moment my mother died, he has been more difficult to handle than any horse could ever be. And now, on top of your magic, where he is concerned, you have helped me with my shares." He gave a short laugh before he continued, "If I had not told you about them, I would have sold them tomorrow." "All you can do now is to wait and see," Diana told him. "Things might happen sooner than I expect, and I am sure, as I have already said, you will find it very easy to let this house for the season, or perhaps the races at Ascot. I will be as delighted as your brother will be at seeing your horses in the country." She hesitated for a moment before she went on. "I think it would be a very wise and touching thing to do if you gave him a dog, just for himself, as soon as we arrive." "Of course I will," he replied, "and thank you again for not only handling my brother so well, but telling me what I should do with my shares." He looked rather dismal as he added, "I admit up to now I have been a complete failure, and it has been just impossible to find anyone to teach Eric without him refusing point blank to learn anything. I think actually they all went the wrong way about it, Diana said. Eric is very intelligent, and I am sure that he will be perfectly able to get into Eton if he has lessons such as he has had today, which are enjoyable and fun. I suppose that might well apply to us all, Lord Clayton replied. I cannot believe that I could be so lucky, or that an angel would drop down from heaven at exactly the moment I want her to do. Diana laughed. Thank you, kind sir, she said, but I will be honest and say I am thinking of myself as well as you, and as I want, for reasons I don't wish to disclose, to leave London, and I will be happy to go upstairs and start packing immediately. Of one thing I am certain, Lord Clayton replied, is that we must drink to the health of you, your new ideas, and the beginning of a new life for Eric. I would be delighted, my lord. As he was speaking, Lord Clayton had risen from the chair and then walked to the table, where there were a number of bottles that Diana thought contained liqueurs. Which is your favourite? He asked her, because Newman did not know which one you would fancy. We have a large choice. I have already drunk champagne with my dinner, Diana replied, and I would like a tiny drop of Cointreau, in which, as you have just said, we must drink the health of the future, for ourselves and most of all for Eric. You are quite right, Lord Clayton agreed. He poured out a small glass of Cointreau and what she thought was a large glass of brandy for himself. Then, as he set it down on the table, he raised his own glass and said, To the most beautiful and intelligent woman I have ever met. Diana blushed. Then she said, Thank you kindly, my lord. At the same time, you must not encourage a mere governess to step out of her correct position. If governesses were all like you, Lord Clayton remarked, then horses might fly, and I should find myself touching the stars. As it is, I think you are exceptional and unique, and I am more than delighted to have made your acquaintance. Diana chuckled, and then, holding up her glass, she toasted, To Eric, and may he always find an elephant to carry him to happiness. Chapter 6. The next morning when she awoke, Diana thought with delight that they were going to the country. She had always felt self-conscious that in London, at any moment, someone might recognise her, in which case, sooner or later, her hated stepfather was bound to find out where she was. The 4 horses that Lord Clayton was driving in his chaise were outstanding and very well matched. Diana sat in the front seat, and Eric sat between her and his brother. This is what I shall enjoy, he said, going back to the country with Anthony driving as fast as he can. It had better not be too fast, his brother said, for the simple reason that I might upset the chaise, and then you would very likely never reach the country. You are only trying to scare me, Eric said. You know as well as I do that everyone says that you are the best driver in the county. I only hope that's true, Lord Clayton answered. He was looking at Diana as he spoke, but there was a twinkle in his eyes. They drove off, with their luggage following them in a large carriage drawn by 2 black horses. Diana thought if anyone saw their procession, they would surely look and look again, and might recognise her. She therefore slipped on her dark glasses. She thought that Eric was about to mention it, but she pressed his hand and frowned a little at him, and he understood that she did not want to discuss her glasses in front of his brother. Lord Clayton drove slowly as long as they were in the London traffic, but once they were out on the country roads, he let the horses have their heads. Diana could see that he was a very good driver, and she thought with great satisfaction that every minute she was being taken further and further away from her dreaded stepfather. I'm so happy, she told herself. If he spoils it all by making a scene now and forcing me to go back with him, it will break my heart. Equally, it seemed to her extraordinary that she was so happy looking after one small and rather difficult boy. One day, Lord Clayton will know the truth and be aware that we are, with our ancient ancestry, more or less equal, she thought to herself. They drove on, and it was 12:30 when his lordship drew in the horses as they were passing through a small village and turned into what was a large courtyard. "We are stopping for luncheon?" Diana asked. "I thought the horses deserved a rest," Lord Clayton replied. "Because we still have quite a long way to go. The sun is very warm and, quite frankly, I am thirsty." Diana grinned and said, "I'm sure the horses will agree with that." "They should always have plenty to drink, and it is something I have drummed into the heads of every single coachman I have had," Lord Clayton told her. Now, at last, they realize that if they themselves are thirsty, their animals, being larger, will be twice as thirsty as they are. Diana smiled, but did not comment. He drew the horses to a standstill, and as two ostlers came running out, he told them that his coachman was not far behind, and he wanted his horses taken care of while he was inside the inn. The ostlers were very obviously impressed by his lordship's horses as they touched their hats. Lord Clayton then helped Diana out of the chaise, and Eric took her hand to draw her into the inn, which was very old with wooden beams on the ceilings. The publican, recognizing Lord Clayton, hurried to greet him. "It's a pleasure to see you, my lord," he said. "It's just fortunate we're having two of your favourite dishes for luncheon today." "I'm much looking forward to it," Lord Clayton answered. "I assure you that my young brother manages to eat more every time we visit you." The publican laughed at this. After they had washed off the dust, which had been quite penetrating, Diana joined Lord Clayton and Eric in the dining room. Their table was in the window, and they could look out into the inn's garden, which had a small stream running at the end of it. "How pretty!" Diana exclaimed as she gazed out of the window. Then, as she sat down at the table, she said, "I just love the country. I often wonder why anyone bothers to go to London at all when they might be riding, swimming or fishing in the clean air and sunshine. I expect most debutantes, and very certainly their mothers, will tell you the answer is that if women want to become important, they have to parade themselves at every ball and party," Lord Leighton replied. "Then they can take their places by wearing a glittering tiara at the opening of Parliament." He spoke rather scathingly. Diana thought that was exactly what her stepfather required of her until she would bear the name of a man she had never met, and undoubtedly would dislike the moment she encountered him. "Now, you're looking rather worried and a little unhappy," Lord Clayton remarked unexpectedly. "That is something I cannot allow. Do tell me what is worrying you, and if it is a problem I'm quite certain I can find the right answer to it." "I was actually thinking, rather sadly, of those who have to stay in London," Diana replied. "I can only repeat what I have already told you, and it is that I am thrilled to be in the country and looking forward to your castle." "It's a big castle," Eric piped up, as he had been listening to their conversation. "I will take you up in the West Tower, and you can see for miles and miles." "I will much look forward to that," Diana told him. "You are very lucky to live in a castle. I have read about them in books, and thought it is what I would like to have myself one day." "Anthony and I will share ours with you," Eric said. "Oh, that is very generous of you," she answered. "You will have to show me all of it, so that I will always be able to remember that for once in my life your castle was mine." Eric considered this for a moment and laughed. "You are making it into a lesson," he said, "and I was hoping there would be no lessons on this journey." "If they are, they will be nice, exciting lessons, like seeing the beautiful view, admiring all the farm animals in the fields, and then exploring the castle," Diana replied. She paused before she added, "I'm sure I will find it very intriguing, and we must make a story out of it." "Of course we must," he agreed. If it is an exciting story, we will write it down so that other people who are not as lucky as we are can read it." Diana was aware that Eric's brother was looking at her at first in surprise and then with satisfaction. It is what he never expected from a governess, Diana thought, but at this moment, I'm winning. They enjoyed their luncheon and then thanked the publican for an excellent meal. They walked towards the courtyard. They had just reached the door opening into it when several other people came in. One glance at them made Diana drop her head. She did not know the woman's name, but she was sure that she had seen her at some party. She was also certain she had seen the girl who was following her before. Too late, she wished that she had put on her dark glasses, but they were in her handbag. All she could do was to drop her head and move as quickly as she could out of the inn and into the courtyard. The horses had obviously been watered and were now facing the gates and waiting for Lord Clayton. Diana hurried to the front of the chaise. She helped Eric into the front seat and sat with her back to the door they had left the inn through. It was only as they drove away she was aware that the girl was still standing in the doorway, gazing at her. "I have no idea as to who they are," she told herself, "and there is no reason why they should talk about seeing me, unless, of course, everyone in Mayfair is aware that my stepfather is searching for me." She told herself that she was being unnecessarily worried. If the girl was gazing after her, then she was surely admiring the horses, and not particularly her. Nevertheless, she felt herself give a little shiver as they left the inn. She only hoped that the party was not talking about them, especially her. As Lord Clayton had said, it was quite a long way to his castle. They could not go fast because they were moving mostly on narrow roads with fields on either side. The sun was shining, and the countryside looked to Diana exceedingly beautiful after being so long in London. "I so love the country," she thought. None of the parties and balls could be as delightful as the sunshine on the fields and the trees in blossom swaying gently in the wind. It proved almost impossible to talk when Eric was sitting between his brother and Diana. But Eric had slipped his hand into hers, and when he saw anything that attracted him, he squeezed it. "Look," he exclaimed, when they saw a number of sheep being driven from one field into another. He was even more interested when they saw 2 bulls fighting in another field. Lord Clayton was so intent on his driving that he did not attempt to talk to his passengers. An hour later, they were driving off the main road and into tight, narrow lanes that Diana was sure would lead eventually to a village. She was not mistaken. When the village came into view, she knew by the look on Eric's face and the way he squeezed her hand that it must be the village belonging to them, and their journey was nearly at an end. The village itself was enchanting, and the cottages were all thatched, and the gardens in front of them were brilliant with flowers. She felt that, pretty though they were, the cottages needed a coat of paint, and as they proceeded further, she thought that many of them were distinctly in need of repair. They passed 2 or 3 shops. Inevitably, one was the post office, which also sold newspapers, books, sweets, and objets d'art, which would attract passers-by. Another shop was a butcher's. In the window there was not only meat, but fish and eggs, and hanging from the ceiling were chickens and large onions. They were the sort of shops that Diana had known in her father's village, since she was old enough to go down with her nanny and buy herself some chocolates with the shilling she received every week as pocket money. And 6pence out of the shilling she was expected to give to the church, but the other 6pence was inevitably spent on chocolates and acid drops. They had not proceeded far from the shops when she saw the gates of the castle ahead, and knew that they were exactly what she had expected. There was a lodge on either side of very impressive gates with pointed tips painted in gold. Here again she was aware that the paint was flaking, and one side definitely needed repairing. The drive, however, was exactly as it should be. The old oak trees that bordered it on either side had been there for many centuries, and they had resisted every attempt of the winter weather to remove them. It was a long drive, and only when it ended did Diana have her first glimpse of the castle that lay ahead. It was certainly most impressive, with its windows glistening in the sunshine, and a flag fluttering amongst the chimney pots to tell the world that the master was arriving. It was, in every way, exactly what she expected a castle to look like. Lord Clayton drew in his horses to a standstill, and an elderly groom came hobbling towards the chaise. "Good day, my lord," he said, raising his cap. "It be good to see you back, and, I sees as his little lordship's grown since we last saw him." "It's good to be back, Groves," Lord Clayton said, "and I was sure that you would think that my brother has grown, as he has been away from here for so long." "You can't stop the years from passing, my lord," Groves went on, "and as your lordship knows, it's as you gets older that the years go by quicker." Lord Clayton laughed. He jumped out of the chaise and patted the horses which had carried them so swiftly and safely to the castle. Diana climbed out and Eric joined her. "We are home," he said in an excited voice, "and now I'm going to show you all the things we have talked about, especially the wonderful horses." "I want you to show me everything," Diana replied. "You promised to show me all round your castle, which I already think is delightful." Eric did not answer. Instead, holding Diana's hand, he was pulling her towards the front door. There was an elderly butler waiting for them, who Diana thought seemed exactly like Simpson and Newman. "Welcome home, my lord," the butler smiled. "I don't expect your luggage is far behind you." "I'm certain it will turn up safely," Lord Clayton replied. "Where are the dogs, Brownlow?" Even as he spoke, the dogs, who must have been in the kitchen, came rushing towards him. They were all black Labradors, and barking loudly they jumped for joy at seeing their master, who was patting them, and Eric was doing the same. Diana thought one of the things that she had missed most in London had been the dogs she loved so much, which her stepfather had refused to bring up from the country. Perhaps, she thought, I will be able to send for them, although I am sure that the staff, even if there are only a few of them left, will look after the dogs. Then she told herself that it was no use thinking of what she no longer possessed after her stepfather had taken over when her mother had died. He would never allow her to leave London, nor, as she had longed to do, bring her dogs with her to the house in Park Lane. There would be plenty of room for them, she had pleaded. They are obedient and will do as I tell them. Dogs must stay in the country where they belong, her stepfather had riposted, and nothing more she could say would make him change his mind. She could understand all too well why Eric was hugging the dogs, and the noise they were making, because their master had returned, was almost deafening. Of course, Eric must have a dog of his own, she thought to herself. She was determined to discuss it with Lord Clayton as soon as she had the opportunity. Then Eric's hand was in hers, and he was pulling her down the passage to see the castle. There was little doubt that it was an exceptionally fine building which boasted many treasures. Equally, she was well aware that it needed money spending on it. She was certain that the reason that Lord Clayton had gone to London was not only because he was worried about the education of his brother, but also because he was trying to make money to restore the castle. Why does everything depend on money? Money, money, she asked herself. She thought with a shudder how much it meant to her stepfather, and however much he had, he always wanted more. But she knew only too well that large estates in the country were extremely expensive. It was no use pretending that one could manage on what one could grow unless there was other money coming in from resources elsewhere. She could sympathize with what Lord Clayton was feeling, and then she told herself that it was none of her business. I worried over Papa and Mamma, she thought, and it was only when my stepfather took over that things were different, and the house and grounds, and for that matter the house in London, looked as they ought to look, and not just what we could afford. Then she gave herself a shake and felt that, as it was nothing to do with her, she was not to think about it. So, I will enjoy myself in the country, and leave the problems of it to those the castle belongs to, she decided. At the same time, she could not help but be aware that there were fewer servants than there should have been in such a large house. Then, because Eric persisted, she went with him to the stables to see the horses. She was well aware that there was room for more than double those that they patted and admired. It was when it was nearly time to dress for dinner that Diana managed to speak to Lord Clayton without Eric hearing. "You promised me you would give your brother a dog," she whispered. He gazed at her for a moment, and then he said, Oh, I did. I had forgotten. I'm told there is a puppy which had not been born when I went to London." He left the room without saying anything more. Diana took Eric's hand and drew him away from the open window where he had been watching some doves flying into their nests in one of the oak trees. "Now," she suggested, "you must show me your bedroom." "I don't want to go to bed," Eric replied petulantly. "I want to stay here and feed the dogs." "I expect they have their food later," Diana told him. "As it is so wonderful being in the country, you must not be tired tomorrow when you have a great many more things to show me." Rather reluctantly, Eric ran out into the hall, and as he did so, his brother came in through the front door. "I have something important here for you," he said. He was carrying a dog basket in his hands, and he put it down very gently on the hall floor. Inside was a small Labrador puppy fast asleep, and Eric gave a cry of excitement. "Is he for me?" he asked. "All for you, your very own," his brother answered. "You will have to start by making him behave cleanly and properly, and, of course, obeying you." "Oh, Anthony," he cried, "he is just what I want." He then flung his arms round his brother's neck and kissed him. Next, he went down on his knees and very gently stroked the small puppy. Lord Clayton looked at Diana and smiled. "Is this what you expected?" he asked. "It is what I hoped you would find," Diana replied. "I know how much it will mean to him." Lord Clayton carried the puppy up the stairs to his brother's bedroom. Diana, following them, thought that it was extremely fortunate that there should be a puppy available for Eric when it meant so much to him. Lord Clayton carried the puppy up the stairs to his brother's bedroom. Diana, following them, thought that it was extremely fortunate that there should be a puppy available for Eric when it meant so much to him. His bedroom was just what she expected, small but comfortably furnished, and opening on one side into what had clearly been his mother's room. Diana was delighted to find that Lord Clayton had given her this room because it was next to Eric's. Also, it opened into a boudoir, which he said was the best and most comfortable place for Eric's lessons. "The old nursery is badly in need of restoration, and everything should be replaced," Lord Clayton explained. "I would not insult you by asking you to sleep in the room which was occupied by our nanny, which I don't think has been given a touch of paint for at least half a century." Diana laughed. "I'm not complaining. I'm delighted to have such a lovely room. Also, I think it is very good of you to give Eric exactly what he has always wanted. It is a very charming puppy, which will grow into a well-bred dog, Lord Clayton replied. I was rather afraid that there would not be one available, and he would have to wait until I found one. He smiled before he added, I'm quite certain you would say, buy the best, and that is what I have always tried to do with my horses, but it is going to be difficult in the future. Diana thought about the shares that she had advised him not to sell, and knew if he had done so, he would come into a large fortune instead of losing what he already possessed. She felt, however, it was a mistake always to count one's blessings until one is quite certain that one is going to receive them. She merely said, You will never win a battle if you are half-hearted, so be optimistic and believe that things are going to go well, and that, I am quite certain, will attract them. I will do exactly what you tell me to do, Lord Clayton replied. You have been such an extraordinary and unexpected success with my brother that I will now follow your guidance wherever it may lead me. Diana laughed. I'm quite certain that you can look after yourself, my lord. At the same time, I'm sure that our angels are busy looking after us, and we must give them every chance to be successful. She knew as she spoke that she was still praying that her stepfather would not find her, and that she would be able to stay in this attractive castle without being afraid of what the future might hold for her. As if he read her thoughts, Lord Clayton said, If you can say that to me, I can say it to you. I know you are worrying about something, although I'm not sure what it is. I'm not worrying at this moment. I am so happy to be here, and so thrilled with your attractive castle, and your horses are magnificent. You are being very kind, he replied, but I knew when we were in the stables that you were thinking it was a pity that there were so few of them. How could you be sure of that? Diana asked him in surprise. Because ever since I have met you, you have not only said and done everything right, and been a magician where my brother has been concerned, but I feel that you are hiding something, or rather yourself, and that is perhaps why you are so keen to come to the country. Diana thought that he was cleverer and even more perceptive than she had imagined him to be. Because, however, she wished to stay anonymous where he was concerned, she merely said, You are very kind, and I am delighted to be here, my lord. Thank you for giving me such a beautiful room, and I think it is important I should be near to my charge. She paused for a moment before she went on. You must not forget, and nor must he, that even though we are in the country, we do have lessons to learn. She was trying to speak seriously, but Lord Clayton merely laughed. Your lessons are so different from anyone else's, he said. I am extremely interested to see what will be the next subject my brother or perhaps I have to learn. Diana smiled. Lessons are not sitting round a table and writing words you find difficult to spell. Most of all, it is to be happy and make other people happy too. That is exactly what you have done, and I can only say that I am very, very grateful, Lord Clayton replied. Because she felt somewhat embarrassed by what he had said, she moved away from him to the door that led into Eric's room, and she could only hear him talking to his dog. Then Lord Clayton, who had followed her, said, I hope, as you are in the best guest room, you will forget that you are a governess, and behave as I feel you are already, as a favoured and trusted guest. In which case, you will naturally dine with me tonight, and there are many issues I want to ask you about. Because he spoke in such an earnest way, for the moment Diana found it hard to answer, and then she said, Thank you very much for being so kind to me. I think perhaps that is what I should say to you, but we will argue about it over dinner. He stood up as he went on. I'm going now to see if the horses, which brought us from London, are as comfortable as they should be, and if you want the truth, to make sure that my own land is as I left it, and has not been invaded by brigands and bailiffs to whom I owe money. There was a bitter note in his voice, and Diana was touched by it. "Tonight, at any rate," she said, "let's enjoy dining in one of the most attractive castles I have ever visited, and know that Eric is happier than he has been for a long time." It was obviously a mistake to take him to London, but it was impossible to find any teachers in this part of the country, and I am determined that he shall go to Eton, even though I'm going to find it difficult to afford. Again, bitterness was in his voice, and Diana turned back to look at him. "Faint hearts never won a battle," she said. "If you ask me, I am quite certain that you are going to win." For a moment, she was not thinking about Eric, but about the loss of Lord Clayton's horses, and that there were very few servants in this very large castle. If only the shares so praised by her stepfather were successful, then everything would be different. I must pray with all my heart and soul that it will happen, Diana decided. She may have moved into the stars when she was praying, but it was Eric who brought her down to earth. He wanted to be quite certain that his dog slept with him in his room. He thought that the basket he was sleeping in at the moment was too small for him, and so Diana found herself going round the house with him to search for one that had been left in one of the rooms. They were fortunate to find a larger basket in Lord Clayton's study, and Eric carried it in triumph back to his bedroom. It was only when the dog's evening food and milk had been collected from the kitchen that Eric was ready to undress and get into bed. His dog was on the floor, and he only had to turn over on his pillow to look at him. "You must think of a good name for him," Diana said. "But first you must go to sleep. Otherwise you will be too tired to take him for a walk tomorrow." "I could easily carry him," Eric replied, "until he can follow me everywhere I go." "I'm sure he will if you talk to him and tell him that you are his master and he has to obey you." "Do you think he will understand?" Eric asked. "He may not be able to understand words, but dogs listen to voices. I expect he knows already that he belongs to you, and therefore he will do what you tell him." "I have always wanted a dog of my own," Eric said. "I'm sure that my brother would not have given him to me if you had not told him it was what I wanted." "I think he would have known," Diana replied, "but it might have been sad if there was not a puppy available for you." Eric did not reply, and she went on. "You are very lucky that your dog was waiting here at the castle for you to arrive, and now you have to give him a name. I'm sure that it will come to you when you are asleep." She pulled the curtains as she spoke, and then went back to bed. Eric put up his arms and pulled her down so that he could kiss her cheek. "Everything has come right since you came to me," he said. "Promise me again that you will stay here and not run away." "I will not go until you ask me to," she replied. "That will be never, never, never," Eric cried. "I hope that's true," Diana answered. She kissed him again and then went to the door of her own room. "May all the angels of heaven look after you and protect you," she said. Without waiting for Eric to answer, she went into her room and closed the door. As there was no one to unpack her clothes, she had to find herself a dress, and fortunately one was on the top of her box. There was no time for a bath, and she rather doubted if the water was hot. Therefore she washed in the basin. Having put on her dress, she took a last look in the mirror before she hurried out into the passage. She thought that Brownlow, who had greeted them when they had arrived, would be in the hall, and she would ask him to do up the top part of her dress. But there was no one in the hall. So she went to the study, and as she expected, she found Lord Clayton there already changed for dinner. He was looking, she thought, as if he might just be going to a party in Mayfair. "There you are now, Miss Dixon," he said. "I'm preparing a special drink for you that I hope you will enjoy. I found it in one of the old books in the house, and it was the drink they made to welcome visitors, while those they disliked were served poison. I only hope you are careful and don't give me the wrong one," Diana laughed. You can be quite certain I will not do that, Lord Clayton answered cheerfully. I am afraid, Diana said. I must ask you to do up my dress. I can find no one about, and as Eric is asleep, I did not want to worry him. Of course, I am afraid we are very short-staffed at the moment, simply because I cannot afford to pay more, especially when I was in London and had opened up the house there. I thought perhaps that there was a reason, Diana replied. Did you think of bringing those who were in London back here to the country? Lord Clayton shook his head. I have found before, he said, that Londoners as a whole, especially servants, don't like the country, just as the country folk dislike London. That is a lesson that many people have learned, she replied. I remember when my mother moved to London, her lady's maid, who had always seemed devoted to her, refused to leave the country. Actually, I understood that her reason was simple. Her young man, whom she hoped to marry, was one of our gardeners. Lord Clayton laughed. Well, I found it the other way round. I suggested to Newman that we should bring with us the housemaid and one of the women in the kitchen, but he said firmly that they were Londoners and disliked the very thought of the country because it was so empty. It was now Diana's turn to laugh, and then she said, Well, we will just have to manage without them. I will bring someone from the village tomorrow, Lord Clayton said, and they would be proud to serve me. But I have to choose the right person because some of the others might be jealous, and it all takes time. He paused and smiled as he said, But I am only too willing to take the place of your lady's maid until I can find you one. I can easily manage with everything, she assured him, except the top of my dress, which is impossible, unless one is a contortionist. I only hope you remain as you are, Lord Clayton replied. Anyway, tomorrow I will show you the grounds and the gardens, which are sadly in need of more gardeners. The woods you will find, I'm sure, as fascinating as I found them when I was a child. Diana thought how much the woods had meant to her when she was young, and how she missed them after they had moved into the small house. You're looking so sad again, Lord Clayton said unexpectedly. What have I said to upset you? I was thinking back into the past, when I lived in the country. I know all the difficulties, just as I found it quite easy to find out the problems of living in London. We all go through that phase, sooner or later, he said. And the only answer is to keep Londoners in London and the country bumpkins in the country. You're quite right, Diana agreed. Perhaps it is only us who are clever enough to enjoy both London and the country. I thought you were anxious to leave London, Lord Clayton pointed out. I was, Diana replied. I was only frightened of Eric losing his joy and delight of being taken to the zoo, and he was greatly looking forward to seeing the Tower of London. But now he has his puppy, and he will be quite happy to be here. And it was clever of you to find one so quickly. It was very clever of fate to send me to you, Lord Clayton answered. And when I most wanted it, a puppy. Now that you believe in luck, you can trust your luck in the future, and only pray that everything will work out to your advantage. I have a better idea, Lord Clayton declared. I will just do what you tell me to do. I'm quite certain it is you who has brought such unexpected benefits to me, and have turned Eric from a cross, disagreeable, and tiresome boy into a charming young man. He stopped before he went on. He actually hugged me when I said good night to him, and said he was happier than he had ever been before. Chapter 7. As she had stayed up late talking to Lord Clayton, Diana woke later than usual. She was therefore surprised when she went down to breakfast to find that neither of the men were there. On her place, however, there was an envelope with her name written on it. She looked at it intently, and then she realized that the handwriting was Eric's. She opened the envelope and found that there was a poem inside. For a moment she could hardly believe that he had written it. As she read it, She was not only touched but thrilled, because he had done something completely on his own. It was certainly something that he would not have attempted a week ago. She read it through twice, and was just finishing the second time when Lord Clayton came into the room. "I'm sorry to be late," he said, "but I went to the stables to carry out your orders." "My orders?" Diana questioned. "You told me," he replied, "that I had to find Eric a horse, as he did not want to ride a pony any longer." He smiled at her before he went on. "So I have kept my promise, and Eric will ride this morning when we join him, a horse which is a little older than the others I have. Therefore he is very reliable. Eric will be safe on him, but he is the same size as my horse." "Oh, thank you," she said. "You do understand, and I know that this will thrill him more than he has ever been thrilled before." "You are right," Lord Clayton agreed. "He joined me just as I was coming back from breakfast, and was so excited that he had to get up on the horse, which he called Torish, immediately. He's now riding slowly round the paddock before he joins us." "You must have promised him that you would give him a horse last night, after I had talked to you." "I did, actually. I said that I would find one, and that is exactly why he was out so early this morning, to make quite certain that I was keeping my promise." "And why he has written this, which he would not have been able to write a week ago?" Diana asked. She handed Lord Clayton the poem which had been left on her place. He took it from her with a questioning expression in his eyes, and, sitting down at the table, he read aloud what Eric had written. "An angel came down from heaven and took me to the zoo. From the moment she arrived, everything came new. I have a dog of my own who I call Freddie or Fred. He knows I am his master, and he sleeps beside my bed. I ride a big horse, and now I find I can ride with the others and not left behind." When I thanked her, she said with joy, "You are now a man, and not a boy." Diana listened attentively, feeling that it sounded so much better when Lord Clayton read it aloud than when she had read it to herself. When he had finished the poem, he said, "He's right. Absolutely right. You are an angel who has come straight down from heaven. I was going to tell you that I was sure of it before, but even surer when I opened the newspapers." "Why? What is in them?" Diana asked rapidly. It then flashed through her mind that there might be something which would reveal who she was, and therefore her stepfather would finally track her down. "Don't look worried," Lord Clayton consoled her. "Just look at the newspapers." What is in them?" Diana asked hesitatingly. "You told me not to sell my Clipfort shares," Lord Clayton began, "and something has been announced today that will undoubtedly send the shares flying up to the sky." "What has happened?" Diana asked. "They have invented, or rather have been working on it for some time, an engine which will go faster than any engine has ever gone before," Lord Clayton told her. "This means that every train in this country and every other will be clamouring for the engine." He smiled broadly as he added, "In simple words, you have made me a millionaire overnight, and I cannot be grateful enough to you." Diana was thinking that she too would benefit from this news, as she had so many of those shares that had come to her from her mother. But she merely said, "I am so glad for your sake, my lord, as I know you want to do a great deal to the castle." "I want to do so much to the castle, to the farms, to the land, and to everything I own," Lord Clayton replied. "I can only thank you from the very bottom of my heart for being so clever, or as Eric said so truthfully, you are an angel from heaven, and it is just impossible for us not to be exceedingly grateful that you are with us." He spoke with such sincerity that Diana felt rather embarrassed, and she blushed as she said, "I think We must be grateful to the god of luck, whoever that is. If you had sold your shares as you had intended to do, you would have thought despondently that you had been tremendously unlucky, instead of which you can rejoice, and so can your castle." "I can hardly believe it," Lord Clayton said. "I can only congratulate Eric on hitting the nail on the head." "I am happy that he has made a big step forward in his education," Diana replied, "and looking at this poem, I believe he knows far more than anyone has realized." "It is something I never expected him to do," Lord Clayton admitted. "I promise you, I will congratulate him, and I only recalled last night that it is his birthday today." "His birthday?" Diana exclaimed. "But you did not tell me." "I only realized it after he had gone to bed, and that is why I got up early and went to the stables and consulted with my head groom as to which was the safest horse for Eric to ride. I have now given it to him as his birthday present, and needless to say, he is wildly excited." Diana sighed. "I wish I had a present to give to him," she murmured. He was silent for a while, and then he said, "I know just what you are feeling after receiving such a compliment from him, but I did, until you spoke to me, intend to give him a gun, which my father gave to me on my 11th birthday." "A gun?" "Well, it's not a very large gun, but my father was very keen that I should be a good shot, and it was on my 12th birthday that he started to teach me to handle a gun, and to aim carefully so that I did not leave a bird wounded." "I'm certain that Eric will be thrilled at being old enough to have a gun," Diana replied. "He will now begin to think of himself as a man rather than a child." "That is what you have told him, and I only hope he remembers everything you have said to him, as well as he will remember that." She did not speak, and after a moment he went on. "I think, after all you have done and how marvellous you have been in changing Eric almost overnight, that you should give him the gun as your present, as he is already thrilled with mine." "Do you really mean that?" Diana asked him. "Of course I mean it, if it will make you happy," Lord Clayton answered. "In fact, I told Brownlow to pack it up so that it looks like a present." Diana smiled, and then she said, "Oh, as long as you don't mind me taking it from you, then I will try to make it up to you in some way, because you have been so generous." "You have made me a millionaire," Lord Clayton said. "I told you that I had an enormous number of shares in Clipford, and I can only think now that, due to you, they have all become solid gold to fall down like stars from heaven, where you belong." "Now you are being poetic," Diana laughed. "I like Eric to think of me as an angel, and of course I will now have to try and behave like one." "I think you're doing that already," Lord Clayton said quietly. Diana blushed once again, and then the door opened and Brownlow came in. He was carrying a parcel done up in bright colours and tied with red ribbon. "This is what you want, my lord?" Diana realised that it was the gun, and she waited until Brownlow had left before she said, "Thank you for allowing me to give it to Eric, but I think actually we should say a prayer of thankfulness to heaven that the visit to the zoo and the dog you gave him has changed him from a disagreeable and naughty little boy into, as he said in his poem, a man. And you, as he has quite rightly written down, are an angel," Lord Clayton replied. There was something in the way that he said it that made Diana redden. There was silence until the door flung open and Eric came rushing in. He ignored his brother at the end of the table and ran to Diana and cried, "I have a horse, a real horse to ride, so now I am a man, as you said I would be. And you wrote it to me in your beautiful poem," Diana replied. "I now own a horse, a real horse," Eric went on excitedly. "It is Torish, and I want you to come riding with me just as soon as we have finished breakfast." "I'm looking forward to it," Diana said. "But now I want to say to you many happy returns of the day, and may everything in the future be as happy for you as it is today. I thought Anthony had forgotten my birthday, he said, but when I went out to the stables, ready to take my dog for a run, he had already chosen Torish for me, and he is now waiting for me to ride him. We are all going riding, Lord Clayton said, but first you have to eat your breakfast, or you will be so tired at the end of the day we might have to carry you home. Eric laughed. I will not be tired because I am riding Torish, and he is the most marvellous horse anyone could ever have. There is one more present for you, Diana said, and I think it is something you will want in the future. She picked up the parcel and handed it to Eric. With my love and admiration for you as a poet, she said, and may you have many more happy birthdays in the future, as exciting as this one. Eric was staring at the parcel. I wonder what is in it, he asked. So you had better open it, his brother suggested, and then you will know. Eric sat down on the floor and started to cut the parcel open with his penknife. Brownlow had put the gun in its case, so it seemed quite a big present. When he opened the case and saw the gun inside, he gave another cry of sheer joy. A gun! A gun! He shouted. It is what I have always wanted. Oh, now I can go shooting with Anthony. You must be very careful, Lord Clayton warned. I don't want to find a bullet in my neck, or worse still, for you to shoot the dogs. I will practice and practice until I am as good as you are, Eric said positively. Oh, I'm thrilled to have a gun. Thank you. Thank you. He jumped up from the floor and then put his arms round Diana and kissed her on both cheeks. You are a wonderful, wonderful fairy, he said. And I should not be a bit surprised if you turned out to be the fairy queen. Diana laughed. Now you are flattering me. But I knew you would like the gun. But you must be careful not to hurt anyone. I will put up the target which my father gave me, Lord Clayton said, which I know is somewhere in the castle. Eric was not listening. He was looking at his gun with an expression of happiness on his face which made Diana feel like crying. He was so very different from the miserable child she had found fighting against having lessons and all those who tried to force them on him. Now, with his dog, gun, and horse, she thought he will be happy and will grow up to be a charming man. Eric was so excited it was difficult to make him eat his breakfast. As Diana talked to him and persuaded him to finish his eggs and bacon, he was well aware that at the other end of the table, Lord Clayton was reading the back pages of every newspaper. He was hoping to find out more about the Clipfort discovery. At least, she thought to herself, I am rich enough to escape from my stepfather, and I can now go anywhere I want in the world. When she had finished eating, Lord Clayton made her read the business pages about the shares. She found it extremely interesting, and only wished that her father was alive so that she could share her riches with him. When they reached the stables, Eric ran towards his horse, which had been saddled and waiting for him. He is mine, he is mine, he cried. He will carry me faster than any other horse in the world. He must obey your orders, and you must be extra careful not to fall off him, Diana warned. I am a very good rider, Eric protested. Just as you are a very good poet, and I am proud to be the owner of the first poem that you have ever written, Diana told him. I will write you lots and lots more, and I will also give you the first bird I ever shoot, and you must stuff it and keep it always by you. Eric climbed onto his horse before she could say any more, and she only hoped that he would be sensible. She was, in fact, delighted when, a little while later, she saw him guiding the horse and not making any effort to go faster than his brother. He is a very nice boy, she told herself. Thank you, God, for letting me help to make him happy. She so wanted to thank God as well for her own happiness, and at least she was independent. She thought as they rode towards the woods that if her stepfather continued to harry her, She would go abroad and explore some of the countries she had read about. I wonder who I should take with me, she asked herself, knowing that it would be impossible for any girl to go alone, however rich she might be. Then she knew the answer to that question. Quickly, because she did not want to think of it, she forced herself to watch Eric and to think about something different. They had a delightful ride, and she knew that Lord Clayton was looking everywhere and making a mental note of what needed repairing. She realized that he could do up the castle and, of course, employ a great many more people, not only to look after him and his guests, but also to work on the land which had been neglected because he had not been able to afford it. We are lucky, so unbelievably lucky, Diana told herself. She recognized that there would be little difficulty now about Eric going to Eton. What he wants, she thought, is someone who can teach him the things that really interest him. I'm sure now that Lord Clayton can pay good money for someone, and he should find a tutor rather than a governess. When they went back for luncheon, Eric could only talk about his horse and just how fast he was, and he was so excited at having Torish, it was impossible for anyone else to have any conversation at luncheon. I personally am going to look round the house and see what can be put in order immediately, Lord Clayton said to Diana as they finished luncheon. If you will come with me, perhaps you would be kind enough to make a note of everything that should be done. He paused before he went on. I think it would be best to start at the bottom and work up to the top. Diana laughed. It is exciting to think that the farms will be filled and the fields will be full of sheep and cows. At the same time, I admit a lot of your famous pictures want reframing, and I am not being rude when I say that the library is sadly in need of books, which should have been added to it in the last 50 years. Well, that can be your job, Lord Clayton replied. I'm sure you know far more about the books than I do, but I agree with you that the library must be brought up to date, just as I want many of the pictures which were sold to be restored to the picture gallery. You mean you would buy them back? Oh, that would be wonderful. But if they have gone to another collection, you may have difficulty in finding them. It could be even more difficult to make the new owners part with them. We can try, Lord Clayton answered. There again, you will have to help me, and who better than an angel from heaven? Oh, you are not to tease me, Diana protested. Eric, who had been playing with his adored gun, now said, I will be able to shoot any robber who tries to take our pictures from us. Brownlow told me that he was quite certain that a man who came the other day, who kept asking to be taken to the picture gallery, was really looking for pictures he could steal. I will see that the locks are strong and impossible to force them open, his brother promised. We all have to remember that now we are rich and own more marvelous things than we did before. We have to be strong and take great care that nothing is stolen from us. I will shoot anyone who tries to, Eric asserted. His brother laughed. You will have to learn first to shoot straight, he said. It's easy to miss what you are aiming at, as I know. I'm going to practice and practice, Eric declared. You promised that you would find Papa's target, which the gardener had put away. I've told him to get it out and clean it up and erect it where it was when I was your age, he replied. Eric gave a shout of delight. Oh, you are kind, he whooped. I am sure it is our angel who has made you do everything for me that I have always wanted but never had until now. Lord Clayton did not answer. He only looked at Diana and she smiled at him. Let's have coffee in my study, he suggested, and I think we ought to plan something special as a birthday treat for Eric this evening. Oh, that sounds great, Eric said. What can we do? It must be a surprise, his brother replied. Now, you go and practice while I talk to our angel and see what she has in mind. I will leave Freddie with you, Eric said, and take him from you as soon as I come back. He rose from the table, and picking up Freddie in his arms, he put him into Diana's lap. "Now, be a good dog until I come back," he said, "and do what our angel tells you." Then he was running out of the dining room. Diana laughed as she picked up Freddie, and they moved towards the study. "I cannot get over how different Eric is to how he was when you first came," Lord Clayton commented. "I think he is a very intelligent boy," Diana replied. "You will be very proud of him in the future." "I'm proud of him now, but I must admit I have been worried stiff because he would not do any lessons. But things will be different now." He smiled as he added, "I would not have believed yesterday that he could write a poem, let alone such a good one. He has much more to learn, and I'm sure if you found a man to teach him, he would react better than he would to a woman. He will listen to me, but as the previous governesses were so foolish with him, he will never learn from a woman what he could learn from a man." "You're quite right," Lord Clayton agreed. "Now that I can afford it, I think it will be to Eric's advantage to go abroad with his teacher, say to France or Holland, just to give him some ideas of different countries." Diana clapped her hands. "That is a splendid idea. If you can find the right man who is young enough to laugh along with him and will understand just how he hated his lessons because they were put to him in the wrong way." "I know exactly what you mean, and you must help me find exactly the right man, which I'm sure we will do." Diana smiled at Lord Clayton. It was then that Brownlow came in with their coffee, which they sat down and enjoyed. To Diana's surprise, just as they were about to talk about Eric, he came bursting into the room holding his gun. "When I was in the hall," he said, "I saw a carriage coming up the drive, and I wondered who was in it." He stopped for breath before he went on. "I waited until Brownlow came back, and when he opened the door, the man said, 'I believe that you have a governess here. I am not certain what name she has given herself, but I want to see her.'" Diana jumped to her feet. "It's my stepfather. I'm sure it's my stepfather." "Oh," she gasped. Please don't let him take me away." "I will not let you go away," Eric cried. "You are our angel," and he looked a really nasty man. "He is a horrid man," Diana screamed. "Hide me, please hide me." She looked at Lord Clayton, and even as she did so, the door opened, and Brownlow announced, "Mr. William Walker to see you, my lord." Diana gave a murmur of horror, and sat down in a chair. Eric ran to her side, while Lord Clayton stood up. The man who came in had grey hair, and he looked aggressively strong and demanding, as if he was prepared to buy off anyone who stopped him from what he wanted. He looked round at the three people in the room, and as his eyes rested on Diana, he said, "So, here you are then. A nice dance you gave me, disappearing in that deceptive way. I have been unable to find you until a woman swore she had seen you with Lord Clayton and his brother, and that told me where you were." Diana remembered the woman at the inn who had looked back at her in what she thought was a strange way. There was an eerie silence, and then Lord Clayton said, "Miss Dixon is here as a governess to my brother, and we have no wish to lose her." William Walker laughed out loud, and it was not a particularly pleasant sound. "So, that's what she calls herself," he said. "Well, let me inform you that she is Lady Diana Dinsdale, and I am her stepfather." "I have heard all about you," Lord Clayton replied coldly. "I can only say that I am very satisfied with the way that she has taught my brother, and have no wish to lose her." William Walker laughed again. "I'm surprised she should do anything so humble, when I have arranged for her to marry an extremely rich and important man. She will find, once she is married, she can have everything she wants in the world, and there is no need to teach anyone's children." He seemed to snarl as he spoke the last words, and Diana felt Eric slip his hand into hers. Lord Clayton was still standing, and he now looked towards Diana as he asked her, "Have you any wish to leave us? I hope we have made you happy." "I have been extremely happy," Diana confirmed. "I must thank you and say quite firmly, I have no wish to leave or to marry, as my stepfather is trying to arrange, a man I have not even met." "You will like him when you see him," William Walker said airily, "and you will most certainly enjoy his money. He is very rich, and together you will both entrance society and entertain a great deal." Diana shivered. As if he knew what she was feeling, Eric picked up his gun, which he had beside him, and said, "If you try to take Miss Dixon away from us, I will shoot you. She belongs to us, and not you." "Is that how you've taught this appalling young man to behave?" William Walker asked Diana. "All I can say is that I am certain you will do much better with the husband I have chosen for you, and you have no need to teach a rude and vulgar boy like him." Eric raised his gun to his shoulder, and as he did so, his brother put his hand on it and held it, pointing down. "May I ask you," he said in a quiet voice, "what authority you have over your stepdaughter, and why you think that she must obey you even though it is against her own inclinations?" "The answer is quite simple," William Walker said sourly. "She is not yet of age, and by law, as her mother is dead, as her stepfather, I have control over her until she is 21. He paused. "That is why, when I say she must come home with me, she must come home at once." His voice seemed to ring out. Once again, Eric would have raised his gun if his brother had not prevented him from doing so, and then he said quietly, "You say you have complete control. That is because she is not yet 21 or married." "Exactly," William Walker agreed. "As I have an excellent and charming and, well, exceedingly rich husband waiting for her, she will marry him immediately, and you will not be bothered with her again." After a short silence, Lord Clayton said, "You say that you have complete control, as she is not yet 21 or married." Yes, that's what I've said, and that is the law," William Walker replied, a trifle impatiently. "Then I am afraid that you have made a useless journey," Lord Clayton answered, "as Diana is, in fact, already married to me." For a moment there was complete silence, until Mr. Walker gasped, "Well, I'm sure that's not true." "We were married last night in my private chapel," Lord Clayton informed him. "But we are not announcing it until we can give a large party to celebrate our marriage. As it is, there are certain repairs which have to be done to the castle, and when they are completed, the news of our marriage will be sent to the newspapers." William Walker could not believe his ears, and for a moment he could only stare at Lord Clayton. Diana's grip tightened on Eric's hand. As if he knew that there was nothing he could do, William Walker turned and went from the room, slamming the door behind him. Lord Clayton put down the gun and turned towards Diana, who was sitting in a chair. He walked towards her and stood looking down at her. She gazed up at him and said, "That was very clever of you, but when he finds out that it's not true, he will come back, perhaps with the police." "He will be too late," Lord Clayton replied. He saw that she did not understand and said, "Darling, I have been in love with you since the first time I saw you, but thought I should give you time to get to know me better and perhaps Love me a little." As he spoke, he pulled Diana out of her chair and held her close in his arms. "I love you. I love you," he cried. "I think we will be very happy and fill the castle with our children, who you can teach as you have taught Eric." Diana hid her face against his shoulder. Then she said in a soft voice he could hardly hear, "I love you, because you have been so kind and understanding, but I never thought you would love me." "I worship you," Lord Clayton murmured, "but I was so afraid of frightening you, and you would run away." "I would never want to do that," Diana whispered. "I will never let you do it," he replied. "We will be married tonight, and the chapel will be a bower of flowers. I swear I will make you so happy that you will never fly back to heaven, as Eric is afraid you might do." "I will never want to leave you or Eric," Diana said softly. "I love this castle, and together I am sure we can make it the most beautiful castle in the world." "The only thing that matters," Lord Clayton replied, tightening his arms around her, "is that we will be together, and I will love you and make you mine, and never, I repeat, never lose you." He pulled her gently towards him, and his lips came down on hers. She felt as if he carried her up into the sky, and they were both touching the stars. She knew that she had found someone who loved her for herself, and not because she came from an important family or that she was rich, although Lord Clayton was not yet aware of it. "I love you. I adore you," he said. "You are perfect in every way, and I will never lose you. You will never fly back to heaven, however much it may attract you." "I only want to stay with you," Diana murmured. "And of course, Eric." "He loves you as I do," Lord Clayton said, "and we will make this a castle of love, not only for ourselves, but for everyone who comes to it." "Oh, darling, you think of such wonderful things," Diana whispered. "It is what I have always wanted to do, but had no one to help me." "I will help you," Lord Clayton affirmed, "and I promise you that we will be the two happiest people who were ever married to each other." Then he was kissing her again, kissing her so it was impossible for her to speak. Each kiss told them that their love was for eternity and something they would never lose. At 11 o'clock that night, Diana looked at herself in the mirror and felt that Anthony would be pleased with her. She had put on the white dress that she had made her debut in as a debutante, and it had come from the most fashionable shop in Bond Street and had been designed in Paris. The dress was, of course, white, but just occasionally amongst the little flowers which decorated the bodice and the short sleeves, there was a shining diamante that, as she moved, glittered. She had brought with her from London, just in case her stepfather took it, her mother's jewellery, and she was now wearing her mother's tiara and the diamond necklace that she had always been very proud of. As she waited, her heart was beating quickly. She recognized that this was the most exciting and wonderful moment of her life, when she would cease to be herself, but the wife of the man who loved her as she loved him. It was then that she heard a knock on the door. Lord Clayton came into the room before she could answer it. He was dressed in his best evening clothes. He looked, she thought, more handsome and more exciting than he had ever looked before. She stood waiting for him to reach her. When he did, he exclaimed, "You are wonderful. You are perfect. It is impossible that you are going to marry me and belong to me for the rest of our lives in this world and the worlds to come." "That is what I want," Diana whispered. He offered her his arm, and they went out into the dark passage. By this time, all the servants, who were mostly very old, would have gone to bed. There would be no one awake in the whole castle except themselves and the priest waiting downstairs in the chapel. She had seen the chapel briefly once since she had arrived, but she did not realize, as in most ancient houses, that there was a special private staircase going down to it outside the master bedroom. It was where Lord Clayton led her now. There was only a faint light for them to see their way down the narrow staircase, which ended in a passage. At the end of it, there was one door which led into the chapel, and another one leading outside to a part of the castle which was seldom seen. This meant, as she knew, that the priest from the village church, which was at the end of the drive, would be able to enter the castle without anyone being aware of it. They did not speak as they went down the staircase. When Lord Clayton opened the door of the chapel, Diana gave a gasp. With the candles alight not only on the altar but on the windows, and with beautiful flowers everywhere, it was transformed, she felt, into a place which somehow seemed to be a part of heaven itself. Standing by the altar was a priest wearing a gold vestment, which was decorated with jewels. Lord Clayton led Diana forward. When they were standing in front of the altar, the priest began the service. He read it in a low voice, but with such sincerity that Diana knew that it was coming from his very heart. When Anthony then put his mother's wedding ring on her finger, Diana felt that the angels were singing in heaven, and they would never lose each other for the rest of their lives. They knelt to receive the blessing. She was very sure that her mother and father were looking down at her from heaven and blessing their union, knowing that it was what they had always wanted for their child. It meant, Diana was very certain, that they would be happy forever. When he had finished the blessing, the priest knelt down in front of the altar. Helping Diana to her feet, Anthony took her away, and they left the beautiful chapel and went up the stairs. As they did so, Diana felt as if she had been taken up to heaven itself. She knew that they had not only been blessed by the angels, but also by God. She understood that, as it was so secret, the priest would not speak to them, but just perform the ceremony. Then, no one but themselves would ever be aware of when or how their marriage had taken place. When they reached the landing, instead of going to her room as Diana had expected, Anthony went into Eric's room. He was asleep, and the dog was beside him on the bed. They stood for a moment, just making sure that he was asleep. He was smiling happily, as if he was dreaming, Diana thought, of his ride on the elephant in the zoo. Then, still without saying a word, Anthony drew her into her room, closing the door into Eric's silently. She thought that he would kiss her, but instead he turned her round and undid her dress at the back. Then he said, in a voice that did not seem his own, "Come to me, my darling. I am waiting for you." With that, he went into the boudoir and across it to his own bedroom. It only took her a short time to take off her dress and put on a very pretty nightgown that she had chosen to wear tonight. Then, having released her hair so that it covered her shoulders and taken a glance at herself in the mirror, she walked towards the communicating door. Even as she did so, she felt like it was all a dream and not in the least real. Yet it was so wonderful and so perfect that she was now married to Anthony. She could only feel as if she had reached heaven itself. It only took her a few seconds to cross the boudoir as the moonlight was just coming in through the windows. Then she opened the door into the master bedroom at the other end of it, and the moonlight came flooding in. It turned the whole room into a fairy palace, and for a second it was so blinding that she could not see Anthony. Then she felt his arms go round her, and he lifted her up and carried her to the huge four-poster bed where his ancestors had slept for many hundreds of years. He set her down gently on the pillows. Then he whispered in a voice that seemed somehow strange because it was filled with emotion. I have waited for you all my life. Now I know, because I have found you, and because you are mine, we are in heaven. I love you. I adore you, Diana murmured. Then it was impossible to say any more because his lips were on hers. He held her so close to him that she felt as if they were one person and not two. I love you. I love you. It seemed as if she heard the wonderful words in the moonlight, and there was no need for them to say it. Anthony was kissing her, not only her lips, but her cheeks, her eyes, and the softness of her neck. You are mine, completely mine, he whispered at last, and no one shall ever take you from me. I love you, Anthony, Diana sighed. As she spoke, she felt as though the angels were still singing, and they were, as she had already thought, in a heaven all of their own. When Anthony made her his, she knew that they had found love. The love they had both been seeking for so long. The love that comes from God, is part of God, and was theirs. For an Angel from Heaven. Written by Barbara Cartland. Narrated by Anthony Wren.